All right, we're live. We are back for day 2. Hopefully, you took some energy shots or drank some Red Bull or whatever it is you're into, like us, and have found the energy to rejoin us for a day full of the draft. We are excited. We have a bevy of folks with us. We're going to have a bunch of other OBR faces coming in and out of the show. We are joined by Mr. Barry McBride, the top right of your screen, Mr. Stephen Thomas, Mr. Brown's mock draft, bottom left, and Fred Greetham, Mr. Beat Writer himself, bottom right. How are you guys doing tonight?
Awesome.
Good.
Ready for day 2, man. Ready to see what happens. I think we're in for another good night.
We are. We will talk about the picks, as it looks like Denver is moving up to pick 35 from the Falcons. There have been 2 picks. Before we really get into that, I am going to add this to the stream where we have a 50% off that we want to remind everybody. The fantastic deal that is going for annual subscribers. Okay, you get 50% off for your annual subscription. With that comes the Rumor Central opportunity to get in on those ahead of time, which is a great tool for any OBR subscriber. You get the inside beat coverage from Fred Greetham. You get all of the draft content from our man Stephen Thomas. You get all of the film room content you could possibly digest from yours truly and Johnny Kensley. We got analytics that we're starting to really pump out with Cody Sweck, and Jared Mueller gives us a really good wide perspective of the Browns and the rest of the league. So we have a great group going here. We have a great opportunity for you. I hope you enjoyed last night. I've been told by people smarter than me with numbers that we had upwards of 1,000 people with us at the time the Browns picked, which is kind of mind-boggling. For Steve and I, who thought we might just be hanging out here playing like Tetris or something at some point. We weren't taking it all too serious. But you guys are awesome. You've been awesome on all these live streams that we've done, whether it's the weekly show or the nightly podcast. We are very happy with this, and I hope you guys are happy with it too. And keep the comment section jumping. Let us know what you think. Let us know anything you want. You can ask questions. You can, if you ask questions, we'll post it on the board. We have Barry's son, Ian McBride, who is going to be with us posting picks, and he'll banner the picks at the bottom as picks are being made. We will do a whole bunch of stuff. It won't be quite as fancy as yesterday. We only had the budget to rent the nice equipment for one day. We cashed out, but we're here with the insights again, with what StreamYard will grant us the ability to cover. So we're really excited about doing this 2 days. And who knows? I told Steve if it gets crazy and they make some moves and they have a bunch of day 3 picks, maybe we'll pop in for an hour tomorrow too, seeing how we feel to top off the weekend. So we are going to throw real quick, guys. I'm going to put up some, and you can see Denver selected Javonte Williams, the North Carolina running back, a very good player. We'll talk about all 3 picks that have been made momentarily. I want to go around to all of you guys and talk about what you think about Greg Newsome now. 24 hours to digest this pick based on who was on the board and the player that he is. Barry, tell me what you kind of think of him early on here, and did you think it was the right pick at the right time?
I think it certainly was an Andrew Berry pick. He took the kid from Northwestern, a smart kid. Analytically, his stats, particularly, when he got into the Big Ten season, was pretty darn good. Now, I'm a Big Ten bigot to a certain degree, and I watched him play against the Buckeyes, and I was very impressed. So, I admit that when you're talking about Big Ten players, I tend to be more enthusiastic about than some others. But I was very excited by the pick, and I thought it was a typical Andrew Berry pick. Smart, tough. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, Stephen, what part of Newsome's game do you like the most? What do you think translates best?
The ball skills. I think it translates, excuse me, to the modern NFL where creating turnovers and stuff is at such a premium because, as we've talked about last night, the rules over the years have been tilted so much to the offense that finding a smothering defense that just goes out and puts up 3 and outs, 20 times a game, it's just not possible anymore. So you need those guys who can make plays on the ball. And he only played 17 games, but he had 21 passes knocked down, which is just, a nutty number. You throw that in with the 0.0 passer rating allowed on 3rd and 4th down. That's where games are won. 3rd, 4th down, the last 2 minutes of the first half and the 4th quarter. Anybody can make plays in the 1st quarter and the 3rd quarter. The guys who do it in those spots, 3rd and 4th down, that's where the money is. That's where the checks get cashed. And so the fact that he can do it ball production and do it at critical moments like that, that's exactly what you want in a guy in the modern NFL.
Fred, do you think, I'm curious your opinion on this, do you think that Newsome is essentially guaranteed to see a starting role opposite Ward, or do you think Greedy Williams will have a real say-so in that opportunity?
Well, I think that a lot of it, yeah, I think they will start with Greedy Williams as the incumbent, and it puts the Browns in a good position because, I said it last night, is that we know Denzel Ward is a great cover, but he's fragile. Every year he misses 3-4 games. We don't know if Greedy Williams is going to be able to even handle coming back from that nerve issue until he gets contact. And you got Troy Hill. So far, he was the only one you added. He was an upgrade over Kevin Johnson and Terrence Mitchell. But I think you need at least 4 quality cornerbacks. They could all be on the field, at the same time, but you can almost guarantee one of those guys are going to be down and you won't have the drop off. I don't want to see, and I think Andrew Berry saw the same thing we all saw. He doesn't want to be playing a special teams guy in the playoffs, at cornerback. And that's what you're setting yourself up for, is the depth. So I think that Greedy Williams will be considered the incumbent on the outside, but I think Newsome, this allows him to push him, but it also allows him to not be thrown into the fray right from day one, and you truly have competition there.
Yeah, that's a great point, Fred. I think that we have talked too pretty extensively through OBR's coverage of this thing that they should probably take 2 corners, right, throughout this process, so they could definitely add another. And I saw a question about picks. We won't have these picks go much quicker, guys. So we're going to have at the bottom the last 5 selections. Unfortunately, StreamYard kind of limits how much input we can put. So we can put the last 5 picks at any given time. We will have that up for you. And as you saw with Ian posting, he will post a pick when a pick is in. He will post it on big font for us. So this is going to be fun. We have seen go off the board here some expected names, but if we look at the top targets that are available, JOK still sitting there at the top. Azeez Ojulari still sitting there at the top. Trevon Merrick, Christian Barmore. I would say those first 4 guys, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, those first 4, they are guys that we pretty consistently saw first-round mocks. So, which one of these guys catches your eye? To me, you know me, Steve. I'm a big believer in the photo of the player on the board there, JOK. I think if he dips into close to 40 range, I would be more than fine with Cleveland trying to figure out a way to get him on their roster. What do you guys think? Who stands out to you on that list? Steve, you tell me, and then we'll check with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, JOK, obviously. Ojulari, if the knee thing is not real, they still need to find another edge, I think. Joseph Asai is still there. Apparently, we've learned from Lane, they've done a ton of work on Terrace Marshall Jr., so we know they like him quite a bit. It's all a question of where is the tradable range? We were talking last night, estimating 43, 44-ish. Was probably where it gets to the point where you don't have to give up a ton. Because right now, to get to where it is now, 36, 37, wherever the Eagles are, I mean, you're talking 59.91 plus, and I don't know that there's anybody that Andrew Berry loves that much. Now you start to get into the early and then the mid 40s if some of these guys are around. Now you're starting to, I mean, whether or not a deal gets made is another story, but I think he's at that point going to be picking up the phone and at least checking in. But yeah, JOK, at this point, I mean, you and I said we would have been okay with him at 26. So if they can get him with a trade up at 44 or wherever, you'd be more than okay with that.
Yeah, anybody there, Barry, that catches your eye particularly?
Oh, it has to be JOK. And, I think there is a possibility he slips a little bit. Me having said that means that he'll be the next guy picked, undoubtedly. But I'm not sure exactly – if there are a lot of teams that would have that specific role for him that I think Joe Woods could create. And I would be very, very excited if he gets available, if he's still available into those early 40s where we might be able to make a move because I think that he could fit into this offense and he could really help us against the mobile quarterbacks in the AFC North.
Barry or Fred, who do you have your eye on there?
Well, I kind of the same thing. I still think, you need to get the edge, and you need to get some interior defensive linemen. And you also, could use that guy that I've been saying to mirror Lamar Jackson. So that's where number 6 there, I think, could come in. I see the Patriots traded up to 38, so they obviously want somebody. And
yeah, rumblings about that being Christian Barmore is what we have heard. So
is Creed Humphrey okay? But
have we seen the Eagles pick? Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Fred.
yeah, I haven't. But as far as I still want them to stay defense. I mean, if you lost Elijah Moore, I mean, that guy that could take take over the JoJo Natson role and be a similar to Tyreek Hill, I'm all for that if that guy is there. But as far as I still like the defense, and I like to add to that pile. They brought in 6 free agents and 3 guys returning from injury, and now the number 1 pick. They've got 10 new guys that could either be starters or front line. So that bodes well for the defense.
Well,
we're 2 picks behind on the TV here. Landon Dickerson went to the Eagles. The Patriots traded up with the Bengals and took Barmore, and Carolina's currently on the clock, and they still haven't announced the Eagles selection. So, boy, the Patriots gave up a ton for Barmore too.
So did you're telling me Landon Dickerson got picked over Creed Humphrey?
Landon Dickerson's already gone.
That is wild, man. I guess I'm watching NFL Network. It's going a little slow on my end, I guess. Or maybe Twitter's just going crazy ahead of it. Is that what's happening here?
No, they're way behind. Carolina is officially on the clock because the Patriots have already made their pick.
Okay, well, it moves quickly here. We're going to try to do our best to talk about some of these players that get picked. I think what's interesting is we're almost to pick 40, which is the prime range that we wanted to talk about. I like Landon Dickerson a ton, center there from Alabama, but got a serious injury history, man. Injury history that made Humphrey, who tested like a freak of nature, Humphrey did. That's why that pick is interesting to me. We're going to talk Javon Holland. He was selected. I think Miami took him pick 36. A guy who we liked, Steve. But did you expect Holland to go out in front of Trevon Merrick? I guess that's a bit of a surprise there, right?
Yeah, I don't know that I saw anybody do that.
No,
there may have been one person, here or there out there, but I don't think I saw any of the big guys. Holland was always in play at 59. We took him a few times, I think, in some of our mocks, but I like him. I mean, he's very versatile. He can do a lot of stuff for you. His ball skills are good too. But yeah, that's kind of an odd pick. And I'm thinking back to, I think it was the very first live mock draft that you and I did, Jake, where Merrick was on the board at 59. And we
laughed about it.
We did. We laughed our asses off. And now I'm like, holy crap, maybe that's actually going to happen. Because I would love him too. I mean, there's a dozen guys right now that if they get another 5-6 picks deep, I could see them moving up for.
Yeah, Javon Holland, his 28 season was an 83.3 grade, 2019, 81.5, played a ton of snaps, opted out last year, but, Pro Football Focus says that Holland's a high floor player with the way he sees the game, should be an immediate starter, second round grade from them. In 2018, he played more free safety than anything else. 2019, he became that kind of nickel safety. We've talked about that, Steve, over the course of this thing with like 179 box snaps, 591 slot corner snaps. So, playing him all over the place. Ooh, they did give up 2 fourth-round picks to move up.
We got another trade. Panthers have traded to the Bears, and the Bears were at, I think, 52. So there's another trade coming.
That's a good example of what it would cost Cleveland. Fred, do you think they need to add another safety? I know that's a topic I have said I think they do. I'm curious your thoughts about another safety at some point.
I do, because if he's going to play 3, you've got 3 front line with Delpit, Johnson, and Ronnie Harrison, but I don't think they're a big believer in Redwine because they had all kinds of opportunities to play him last year and they continually did not. And so, yeah, you don't have enough with 3. You need 4 or 5. I don't know what they think of the undrafted guys from last year, Javante Moffett and Benton. But I think, I don't know if I would feel they need to get one at the top. But if like a Morg is there, if you're going to stay, you're going to be featuring safeties, get another top one, because Harrison, I think, is into I think his contract maybe is up after a year. So safeties, I'm all on the defensive side.
Well, let's talk about the defensive tackle, Christian Barmore, that was selected by New England just now here on the broadcast side. Steve, we liked him. We definitely liked parts of his game. I wouldn't say I was stunned he fell out of the first round, but I'm kind of surprised he even got to 38, and I thought somebody could come up even sooner to get him. What do you guys? We'll start with you, Steve. Do you think this is the range you would have been comfortable with Barmore? And do you think he's miles away out in front of the likes of Aleem McNeil and Milton Williams and Levi and Muzarike, or that type of group behind him?
I don't know. I think it speaks probably more to, as we've been talking about since Andrew Berry came on board, the so-called impact, impact positions. Maybe that pushed him down a little bit because people wanted corners, they wanted edges, they want tackles. Obviously quarterbacks are always in vogue, but these are the guys that, as the league moves more analytically in their thinking, they start going to these kind of game-changing positions. So I think another question is, are you going to get the Christian Barmore from the second half of the year, or are you going to get the Christian Barmore from the first half of the year? Now, personally, I remember he had some kind of minor knee ding early in the year, and he was fighting back for that. Yep. But those questions in the last few weeks about the coachability and all that kind of stuff, and you never know how much of that is just crap. But that may have done it as well. And then there's other times, Fred, this, it's just this, nobody needs an interior defensive lineman for a while. So you could be worth a first round pick, but by sheer numbers, you just get pushed out.
Yeah, he's 87.8 grade last year, 89.8 and 478 snaps this year, 8 sacks. So an immense amount of pressure, 27 hurries, 4 hits, 4 batted passes, a 19.5% pass rush win rate. His run grade was low, 41 or 71.7, which is lower. Kind of the knock on him is he doesn't play the run consistently. Pro Football Focus with the first round grade on him. Barmore's high end games are up there with defensive tackles we've graded. Some of the better ones we've graded. He looks fairly NFL ready. Gerald McCoy is the comp. Let's talk about real quick what Dane Brugler had to say about him in his summary. He comes with obvious risk due to inexperience and raw elements to his game, but he doesn't stay blocked long due to play strength, explosiveness, and energy. Projects as a position versatile NFL starter with a Pro Bowl ceiling. I definitely think he's a pretty good player. I would have been happy if he ended up with Cleveland, but they're not going to reach at that position. They feel good about it this year. They feel good about the prospects that they could have, not just this 59th pick, but also in 89-91 range. So pretty interesting. We're getting to pick 39. Tevin Jenkins, a guy who at Oklahoma State is a fun player. He's definitely a tackle that I thought could end up in the first round, especially thought he might end up going to Pittsburgh. He's got some fun tape against Joseph Asai, who a lot of us are high on. He's a mauler. He doesn't look like he's got the school guy look when you get him out of his helmet, but he's a good player. It's a good pick to help protect Justin Fields, their investment with the 11th pick. They moved up twice, so Chicago's gotten really aggressive. They moved up twice. I think they just traded back, gave up a couple fourth rounders in their pick in the 50s, and moved up twice. They got aggressive, and that's what maybe people want the Browns to do as we kind of start creeping into range where I cannot believe Julian Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board. It's pick 40, and I'm reading that Atlanta is taking Richie Grant, the old safety prospect.
Yep.
Barry is 24 years old. Is he pretty much coming into? You got to be a set player at that point. Am I right? You got to be like you're getting your second contract at 28, 29 years old.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely. It's a bit old, and certainly doesn't apply to the Cleveland Browns guardrails. What they're looking for, I do not believe, and so I'm sure they're very happy to see Grant go off the board there. Just back to Barmore for a second. Yeah, I really like the matchup between Barmore and the coaching staff that he's going into. I mean, he goes from Nick Saban to Bill Belichick. And if there's anybody who's going to get what's possible to get out of Christian Barmore, it's Bill Belichick. The Bears as well. I'm almost amused by what the Bears are doing because they seem so desperate at this point. And you've got a whole bunch of people who are very close to getting fired. You're
right.
And as a result, I think I visualize them as madly punching buttons in the control room, trying to do anything they can this offseason.
That's funny, man, because you talk about it like some people will do that in basketball, Barry, where they say NBA GMs will get really aggressive and do crazy stuff when they're on the cusp of being fired. And it's no secret that the guys, Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy in Chicago, are like floating on thin ice. And I would imagine they're just saying, we're going to go get people and we're going to say, screw the next GM. If we get fired, we get fired, and they have to deal with the mess we leave. But if we get it right, we look like heroes here. So, ultimate risk reward. That's the risk you run as a franchise, keeping that type of player around. The comments, you guys are doing a nice job kind of tipping us on some of these picks that are coming.
It's
I think the Lions are up next.
Again. It's happening again. The Lions apparently took on Wuzurike. Really? It's happening again.
Really? All the people that we want to fall are falling.
I've got over here on one of the 150 tabs I have open is PFF's best available by their board rankings. And whether you like them or not, every NFL team loves their data. Just the first page here without any scrolling: Trevon Merrick, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Terrace Marshall Jr., Asante Samuel, Azeez Ojulari, Rondale Moore, Elijah Molden. Any of these.
It's absolutely crazy.
It's
absolutely
bananas.
Crazy. All these picks on the board you guys are seeing in front of you are all available. That's not fake. That's not guys in the last 10 picks. That's pick now 42 will be the pick that will actually be up. And we're not far away from, if you give me anybody on that list, love it. Love it. And we're getting close to being up on that list. So, and they could get aggressive and go get somebody. So, and we're getting to the point too, Steve, which we've talked about, which is if they go get somebody in this range, you don't have to break the bank to do it. Right. They don't have to break the bank. They can go get somebody now, maybe give up 91, only pick 91 or pick 110 and get a player and get a real player they want to some team that's just, it's getting really good, guys. We're in good shape again.
And like Jared says, I just want to throw this in, and then I want to hear what Fred would give up. But before I do that, I want to throw this in because Jared Mueller said it yesterday, and it makes sense because you think about it in these terms. Last year, they dropped from 74 to 88 with the Saints and got that 91 pick this year. They still got their guy last year, and so they picked up that extra third. One of the whole points of getting those extra picks is to allow you to do this. So if people say, oh, I don't want to give up 91, I don't want to give up 91. Well, it's kind of found money in a way. Using it to move up from 59 to grab a guy that in some of these cases very well may have been ranked day one. That's why you do that kind of stuff. So Fred, I've been curious. I wanted to ask you since last night, but you were so busy last night, we didn't want to bother you. To get from 59 up to, let's say the early mid 40s where we're coming up on here, what would you be willing to give up? Would you give up 89 or 91, or are you going to try to hold off and only give up like 110, 132, something like that?
To me, it's all about those top four picks, top 91, getting four quality players out of it. And if they view that they could get three that as opposed to the fourth one,
right?
I can see them switching where they do a lot of flip-flop. They give up the 91, but they return get a 101 or something. But yeah, I would do it because I contend that they're not going to draft 9 guys. And so all this ammo, take what you need and get a guy that can help you now as well as in the future. And so, yeah, I'm all for that. I mean,
what if they end up with Merrick and Newsome or JOK and Newsome?
That's crazy.
I might have to go step out in the street here and just scream. This is wild. Like, it would be wild. These are good. These are really good players that are sitting here right now. I'm with Fred too. I am to the point that I am okay. I'm putting it on the record right here. We have over 400 of you joining us. It's so freaking cool that you guys are taking time to join us.
Amazing.
That I would be more than fine to give up the free 91 pick to go get a stud here. There are legitimate first-round grade players. I know Daniel Jeremiah tweeted yesterday that he had 15 first-round graded players. 14 of those were gone. The only one left was JOK, still on the board. We're now at pick, what are we, 42, 43? I mean, I don't know. The Lions pick we know is Onwuzurike. We're going to be pick 45 is the sweet spot. I think Miami came up. They might have traded. They could go JOK, to be honest. That could, their linebacker group, they might want to do that. But I don't know, man. There's wide receivers I'd be fine with too. Like, I just really like Julian Owusu-Koramoah, man. Sorry, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I guess I could get his name right. That'd be great. But God, this is exciting again. There's been times where the second round or third round have come, and we've been deflated because, man, there goes everybody. But right now, I don't know if they're going to get as aggressive as we hope they're going to get. So,
well, and you're also, like we talked about, 8-10 picks ago, you're starting to get to the point where the math is starting to swing so much in your favor that you might not have to. You could sit there if they're thinking anything like we are. If they're like, yeah, we love all, 9 of these guys or whatever, and there's only 7 picks between where we are and 59, sit tight because someone will be there.
Miami, I think, took the tackle from St. Ignatius. Liam?
I would listen. Eichenberg. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, all I'm saying is if JOK is a gadget player, which I'm not saying that I think that was, let me see who that comment was. It's CD Moore. I'm not saying you're saying that, but I've heard that too. If that's a gadget player, then I want gadgets because I want that dude on my football team. So I'll find a way to make it work. Go ahead.
You got 2 games with Lamar Jackson. They are the people between you and winning the division. If that guy could shut down Lamar Jackson or come close to containing him, he'd be worth it if that's all he did. As far as
hard to argue.
Yeah.
And I think he can do a lot more than that. But yeah, that's your designated hitter, in baseball. Yeah, he's a special type. But I think you can find a place for him if he can do several things. And you've covered enough of your problem areas now that here's a guy that can plug and play in several places. He could be that force safety. He could be that extra linebacker. He could do those type of things, hybrid that we've been talking about.
And that's the key right there. I understand the thinking and how people can get to thinking that he's a gadget player, but I don't agree he's a gadget player at all. I think he's a versatile player. I'm with you, Fred. And the last position you mentioned there, yes, he can play slot. Yes, he can play safety. The fact that he can step in and do the things that the other linebacker that everybody keeps yelling for on top of all that, if he can do that with one guy, I mean, that's not a gadget to me. That's a guy that he stays on the field all 3 downs, and you can stay in, whatever qualifies for the phrase base personnel these days as much as you want.
So, yeah, Notre Dame's giving up the 50th pick and the 2022 third rounder to the Giants for 42. The Lions,
Lions took Onwuzurike.
Lions took Onwuzurike. Okay, got it.
San Francisco is trading it out of 43. Damn it. I knew because they have nothing after
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might take JOK there, to be honest. They were a first-round connection to him.
That's all right. The math is really working in our favor here, guys.
Yeah, a
lot of teams moving up.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think I'm not going to be heartbroken if they don't get JOK. There's so many names on that list right there, man. Like, it's just an interesting that a player of his caliber is falling like this. Like, gadget player or not, the value is insane to me right now.
Well, and let me put it this way too. You're talking about another safety. If JOK goes and you get Merrick, come on,
it's a home run. Yeah,
adding Merrick and Newsome. I mean, yes, they still need to do a couple other things, but adding Merrick and Newsome to your secondary right now is.
I'm still if they sit at 50. If they sit at 59, I'm not ruling out Milton Williams either. I'm just not. The data profile, the age, all of it. Yeah, I'm just not ruling him out, and I think it could be a surprise player that some people don't think is coming at that spot. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. This Las Vegas pick is extremely interesting to me. They're moving up. They're hungry for somebody. It's interesting.
Sean Wade.
It's the Raiders. It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Conley.
Absolutely. Yeah. Who's your day 3 Ohio State cornerback that they're definitely moving up?
Raiders came up to take Merrick, which makes sense for them. They need safety help. Jonathan Abrams has been an absolute disaster. So, that's fine. I mean, he's
didn't expect him to be even this close, to be honest.
No, yeah, for sure. Listen, it's a fine player. There are people that listen. David Darby, I like. You're entitled to your opinion. I just think he's a better player than that, man. Like I think he translates to the NFL. JOK does perfectly fine. But hey, I clearly am sitting in the wrong. We're 43 picks into this thing and he hasn't been selected. So I can be welcome to be called an idiot for the rest of eternity. We have Jared Mueller, who is live at the draft. I think he's ready to come in and just chat for a minute and see. Can we get 5 people on this thing at one time? Hot damn. Listen to the volume at that place.
It is off the charts. I don't think it's a great volume for you guys tonight. Unfortunately, they got it banging for all 20 of us in this room. But does anybody know who's picking where? Because I'm not sure. Did anybody pick in their pick in the second round? Because
this has been wild, man.
And what's really interesting is you would think that what the Browns did and Andrew Berry and analytics that more teams would try to be more like Cleveland, but it seems like they're going in some random opposite direction. Obviously, some of it is the benefit of teams runs and not wanting to miss out on somebody, but it seems like the players the Browns might be interested in, especially given everything Lane has told all of our subscribers, they just seem to be falling for whatever reason into their lap, and it doesn't make any sense. But it does.
It means that we suck at evaluating players.
Listen, if I can suck as bad as Andrew Berry, I'll be yeah.
Well, somebody just sent this to me. Our friend Luke just sent this to me. Matt Miller tweeted it out. Why is JOK still on the board? I reached out to a few scouts. Here are the replies. Scheme fit is really hard, and I think that's the biggest one for me personally. Coaches don't want to take a chance if they don't know what to do with him. You have to have a plan for him. No linebacker coaches at his pro day. He's 214 pounds. Mental lapses, not fast. Tape is fun, doesn't translate. I take that.
Bring him to Cleveland. Bring him to Cleveland. Bring him to Cleveland.
Jared, while we have you, the most important thing, Fred and Barry, you missed out on this last night. What's the ice cream update like tonight,
Oh yeah, we need to know.
Tonight it's the same. It's the same kind of options from Pierre. So I'll go with the aphrodisiac that is the chocolate tonight instead of the antioxidant-rich strawberry ice cream that I had last night. That's kind of my plan, is to go in that direction. I think the interesting thing about I know I am. But JOK, I just want to get to that because you guys obviously know I wanted him at 26. I think what's interesting is they actually did some sports science stuff on him, and the dude hits. Like, I know weight is weight, but are you telling me that 6, 7, 8 pounds for a guy who they have measured can hit like a freaking Mack truck matters, right? Like, if he's 222, 224, are we not having this conversation? Are NFL coaches and GMs that arrogant or that stubborn, whatever term I want to use, that 9-10 pounds is going to make that difference, right? And that's what's very confusing to me with him. But I mean, the other thing is have we heard anything new on Azeez Ojulari? I know there's some injury concerns from his history. I just think the board's just falling great, which is really exciting again.
Well, and I think to your point, Jared, at 214, people are thinking traditional linebacker. Okay, if he had an S next to his name instead of an LB, would 214 be? People would be like, "Man, he moves great for 214 because he's a safety instead of a linebacker." Which I know is where most of us think he is actually. So, I don't know. Again, not like I said last night. I'm a middle-aged dork in a Hawaiian shirt on my couch. What the hell do I know?
But the reality is right. But I want to know what players can do, not what they weigh, right, or what their height is. If they're tall, they're not an outside receiver. They can play the slot or be outside, whatever it is. I want to know what they do, not what they measure.
Kelvin Joseph off the board.
Yeah, Kelvin Joseph. Dane, we've talked about him. I had Josh Edwards on the podcast to talk about Kelvin Joseph, who will go next to the Cowboys. I know we're just updating you on the first catch-up pick that we have seen from the coverage here, Trevon Merrick, who we were very high on and would have been more than excited if he ended up being a Cleveland Brown in the first round. We liked him that much, let alone him sliding to pick 43. Kelvin Joseph, a guy who Josh Edwards said around his pro day, great athlete, but a lot of concerns about the maturity of the player.
Right.
And that's something Dane wrote about him here. He said Joseph won't be a fit for every organization due to maturity concerns, but he has a first-round physical talent and athleticism to blanket any type of receiver. which is why a team will likely roll the dice on him in the top 50. Spot on, right? Let's see what Pro Football Focus has to say about Kelvin Joseph, because we are still very interested in corners, and these are guys the Browns are passing on. They give him a third-round grade. He had a 54.1 season in 2018, did not play 2019 due to injuries, and then a 70.2 grade in 2020. Their bottom line on the third-round grade, Joseph possesses tools that could go in the top 10 with more seasoning. There's a little of that in his game at this point, though. So mixed bag on him, despite some other corners out there who people seem to have been higher on. But we talked about this, Fred, Steve, Barry, Jared. We talked about the disconnect this year between what the public and Twitter and the draft scouts thought and what NFL teams were seeing a little bit that, right, Fred?
Yeah, I do. There's a little tape. I mean, I've heard so much that the 2022 picks are golden, and so that's where, I could see if he can finagle and get more picks for next year, if he can't move up or doesn't feel like he needs to this year. But yeah, with all that said, I got to trust, where they have him ranked. And if Joe Woods, says this guy can fit in my system, that's what they're in a position now. They've covered all the bases, so to say. Now they can add depth in competition at the I'm still a little scratching my head on the interior defense, and hopefully they'll take one or two of those guys here tonight on the inside, but they need an edge rusher. They still have needs, and hopefully they'll choose wisely here.
We will update that top 10 when we can. Is the Woods D good or bad for JOK? It's extremely good. They can play him in dime in the slot. They can play him in traditional, in my opinion, a traditional will linebacker. They can. This defense would fit him more than fine. I have no issue about that. Now, how do the Browns feel? I don't know. That's to be determined here. But I don't think that the reason the Browns wouldn't take him would be a scheme issue. It would be more of, we don't think the player can play because of X, Y, and Z in his game. We don't see him being a worthy player. I don't think it's like we don't have a role for that type of guy. I think based on everything Joe Woods has said, wanting to be in more dime, wanting to have more versatile personnel, it's a great fit. We're talking it up like crazy. We don't mean to be like that, but we like the player, and we'll see if that player translates. And it seems to be the most talked about player. Jabril Cox, another linebacker still on the board, LSU. I know a little older in age, a year older, but a very interesting player. Rondale Moore, we like it. This is crazy, man. There's a ton of good players sitting there. And the Browns are going to have the opportunity to get one of them. They're over 500, and look, there's 513 of you draft degenerates hanging out with us, and we are so pumped that you're hanging out with us. Seriously, it's fantastic that you guys are here.
Another tackle.
Looks like Walker Little goes. Cincinnati's going to take a tackle next. We're going to be at pick 46, guys. Cincinnati will definitely go offensive line next. 46.
You would think.
they better, or Joe should just hang them up. But listen, pick 46 will be up, and we'll be 13 picks away with this top 10 in front of your face. Bananas. Absolutely crazy that the player the Browns can get at 59 without moving. Asante Samuel Jr., a ton of fun. All of those guys. And Nick Bolton's another linebacker. Didn't test very well, but man, if they're looking for inside linebacker improvements, guys getting better, just guys that can find the football. Nick Bolton from Missouri, who will appear on our top 10 as this dwindles down, is another guy that is a ton of fun. So 3 wide receivers on the board there, Steve. Terrace Marshall Jr., I know he had some injury stuff that has come up of late. Looks like Rondale Moore and Diami Brown are all still sitting there. If they want to go wide receiver, it's a ton of fun and players right there and talent, right?
Yeah, and the one guy we haven't mentioned at all, at least in the last 10 or 15 minutes, which is as far back as my middle-aged memory goes, is Joseph Asai. You want to talk about a guy who fits every single profile and guardrail. Young, productive, super testing, high motor, flawless off field as far as I know. I mean, he's about, as clean as the phrasing goes. He's about as clean of a prospect as you can get. So if they're still looking edge, and Osai was day one on many, many, many boards, many people, far more reputable than me. So you're talking about getting a day one guy potentially at 59 or in a short move up. This is 2 nights in a row, man. We're going to have to do this every year, every single night, because apparently we're the good luck charm.
I think the interesting thing with the edge is really we start to talk about numbers, right? When the amount of players they have with Myles Garrett, Tack McKinley, Javion Clowney, Curtis Weaver, I'm missing someone, Porter Gustin. If they draft another guy, does that leave them only going with 3 guys on the interior because they know a lot of those guys can move inside? I think that's where the roster size becomes a really interesting conversation. Even though Tack and Jadeveon Clowney are on 1-year deals, they're going to be around next year. So when does that start to play into things where there is more space, maybe again in the secondary? Wide receiver is also a room that's kind of full.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you touched on the one thing, though, is the 1-year contracts. And this is a front office that likes to get out ahead of the curve on those type of things. Let's say they have a huge year on the defensive line. Clowney goes off and Tack both goes off. There's no way they can pay them both the numbers that they're going to earn. So one of those guys at least will be gone. So if you already have a guy that you had graded day one in the pipeline coming up behind him, that sort of eases that decision-making process. But I'm totally with you. At some point, there's only 53 and there's only 46 active. So, there's just not enough.
The Bengals are going to take Jackson Carman. I'm telling you, Clowney and Myles Garrett are going to put that dude in a blender. He is not good. He was consistently embarrassed last year. I can't wait. And I listen. I'm not an Ohio State dude, but some of the things he had to say about leaving the state of Ohio. Good luck, Cincinnati. Do your thing, man, because that is not the answer. I'm just telling you right now. But whatever. Good luck to them. Whatever, Well,
I think I'll say something about the edge. I said that was the top priority. You did get Clowney, you did get McKinley. As Jared pointed out, they're really both 1-year deals. And I think you still got to find the answer to Garrett. You can't count that Curtis Weaver is going to be that guy. So if you feel one of these guys a first-round talent, whether it's Ojulari, I don't know are they talking about maybe he'll miss this season or something, or more career threatening? But either way, if they thought he was the best thing out there, I would take a guy like that, even if he couldn't play till later in this season, because you have a long-term, approach. The defensive ends, the edge rushers are like quarterbacks, at least when you look at free agency. You're seeing guys getting 18, 20 million a year, and you get a guy here, you got him for 4 years to develop and play.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as Azeez, I've been digging because he was my number 1 edge and I've loved him for a long time. Apparently the whispers that I'm hearing is the same type of potentially degenerative knee thing as Miles Jack had. So he could play 10 years and it wouldn't be a problem, or it could, accelerate. It's one of those things that could accelerate in a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. That's what I'm hearing. I obviously I don't have access to those kind of medical records, but that's what I'm hearing. Because I'm with you, Fred. On the field, Azeez Ojulari was my edge 1. He's outside of Phillips with the concussions. I'd be thrilled with him at this point.
Jackson Carman notes from Dane Brugler. Carman isn't ready for savvy NFL pass rushers. He is his 8th guard ranking, so maybe they're going to move him inside. 8th best guard in this draft, so they took him in the second round. He's a much better run blocker than pass protector right now, but the physical ingredients are there for him to grow into an NFL starter. Think something similar to Eric Flowers. He projects best at guard in a power gap scheme. Pro Football Focus is a little bit more lenient on him. He had a 79.8 grade this past season, 81.5 pass block grade, 77.1 run block grade. And true pass sets are defined by them as like 3 steps or more, and passing situations where teams eliminate the run, essentially. He was a 64.8, so relatively low. They do grade him as a second-round player. While he may look like a guard and could ultimately be one and a good one, Carman can move well enough at 330 plus to stick at tackle in the league. So varying opinions there. So we'll have to see. We're just going to have to see. I just don't think that's a good pick for them at that point. But I also haven't checked the tackle board. I could have seen them maybe taking Creed Humphrey and getting something better at that spot, but that's just me.
You are definitely in
range. I can't believe that board is real.
You're definitely in range where you could potentially move up and keep 89 and 91. You're definitely in range at this point.
Yeah, looks like the Chargers are going to take Asante Samuel is what I'm reading, which is a good pick for them. They need help desperately at corner.
Yeah. There's the first guy gone after Elijah Moore, which I didn't think was realistic. First guy gone on my wish list there. I would have loved to have seen Asante Samuel. Me
too. I think I see a picture of Greg Newsome at the Cavs game tonight wearing a Jim Brown retro jersey. So the Gets Us meter is all the way up for Greg Newsome, just for the record.
He said that today. I just talked to him before we came on. He did another call with us, and he is really jacked up. He says he's ready to play today. He said he cannot believe the fans here. He's been here less than a day, and everybody loves him. And he's just like, I'm so wound up. I want to play starting tomorrow, and I've seen a lot of these guys. They're cool but he was really excited. And
that's great.
I like that. I like that Anthony Walker's here, a Northwestern connection, which is really good for him. I know he mentioned that, Fred, but imagine going from Northwestern, which is a great school where people just kind of are lukewarm about football there, and coming to Cleveland, which is like going to big time SEC football. It's just like people care so much. He's going to be absolutely amazed by how diehard this fan base is. And I think, Fred, you just made a great point there when he's talking, when he's talking about coming here, because it's a different level of passion. You go to some NFL franchises, the Chargers example, no disrespect, but they just don't have the fan base that the Cleveland Browns do. It's absolute mania. They don't have 4 guys sitting around on YouTube talking all night through the draft about their team. They just don't have that stuff, man. So, we'll talk a little bit more about Asante Samuel Jr. It's probably a little bit of both, but we'll talk about Asante Samuel a little bit more here for a minute. I just the way the board is falling, man, I'm trying to refresh my Twitter feed as often as I can to see I'm trying to see if they're going to move up for anybody. Hell, maybe JOK is there at 59. I don't know. Or some of these guys, there's a lot of. It feels like there's going to be a lot of guys sitting there at 59 that we didn't expect, Steve.
It's absolutely bananas. It's bananas. We are now at, let's see, we're the 48. The 49ers are 48. And we've got. I'm just sitting here looking at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I can see, and I've just scrolled a little bit here. 11 guys, 3 or 4 of which we all would have been happy with at 26, are still sitting on the board. So, like we talked about a little bit ago, if they have one guy left that they have ranked above all the rest of these people, they're in range where moving up is not going to break the bank. But they're also getting to the point where the math is tilted so heavily in their favor, if they like all these guys that we like, that they can sit tight because they know at least one of them is going to be there. So it's going to be interesting. Andrew Berry loves his poker game, and he's really, really good at it. He's really good at it. So it's going to be interesting to see how he reads the table and makes his next move.
So what are the odds that if they were drafting right now that they would take one of the guys on this board?
I think it's if we are reading everything that they've done in the past, and with all the stuff that Lane has given us that he knows from the inside, I think they would. I don't know where you stand, Fred, but I don't think they would go outside this board.
No, I mean, I think we are more with Lane's connection. We are more tuned in than I think we've ever been in covering drafts, because I've sat there for 30 years and previous, and here's the logical guy to take right now, and they take a guy I never heard of. I'm like, are you kidding me? They always seem to be the smartest guys in the room. And now I think they are the smartest guys in the room, at least not that we know all, but the logical. See, it's just logical. Greg Newsome checks the box.
Right.
And Jedrick Wills checked the box. And they can play. And so, yeah,
I'm
just-
with
The
you.
Browns are now conducting themselves like the Baltimore Ravens have for years. I've been frustrated by the Ravens drafts year after year after year because they take the logical player. And
Right.
They take the guy you would expect them to take and who's obviously at the top of their board. And the Browns have never done that. Just one other thing I'd add is that interior offensive lineman from Wisconsin Whitewater is
Yes.
rising up drafts, and the Browns have done a lot of work on him. So I'm thinking more third round, but if they don't think he's going to last that long, you never know. He's the one guy who's not on that chart whose name pops into my head.
Yeah,
he
and
will
I
be
think,
on there. I sent it over to Ian, so he will creep as some of those guys disappear in the next few picks. He will definitely.
unfortunately, I think the Steelers and then the Rams are very, very strong possibilities for Quinn Miners.
Creed Humphrey falling to Pittsburgh would be the absolute best outcome for them.
Yeah.
And you could probably flip Creed and Najee Harris and say that was your first and that was your second, and it would make sense. But real quick, Asante Samuel Jr., while we have him up, because we spent a lot of time on him, Steve. NFL bloodline, the fifth best corner, according to Dane Brugler, ahead of guys who have been selected. Eric Stokes, Kelvin Joseph, Tyson Campbell, in front of all of those guys for him. Not a great testing player, did not test that well, but a football player. On the field tape, it all is there. He's twitched up. The smallest frame of what Dane says, again, I'll refer to this. We haven't said it tonight. He puts out his draft guide called The Beast on The Athletic, and it is worth every single penny. When we purchased it through our site here at the OBR, I thought that it was Christmas morning. He does such good work, man. And it's all the thing is how neatly it's laid out, so you can talk through it. Samuel's smallish frame isn't ideal, but he's twitched up with the fluid athleticism and play confidence to stay connected to routes. Flashes Jair Alexander type ability, who we all love and has done phenomenally in the NFL. He projects as an NFL starter capable playing inside or out. Would have been a guy we liked. Would have been a guy we would have been happy with at pick 26 too, right, Steve? Like it would have been fine.
Yeah.
I
think a lot of people, I know a lot of fans, I can't speak for anybody, in NFL draft rooms, but they kind of get hung up on that height. They get hung up on that height, and they get hung up on that height. Well, he's literally 1/10 of an inch shorter than Jair Alexander, who's one of the best outside corners in the entire NFL. He's half an inch shorter than Denzel Ward, who everyone in Cleveland knows is one of the best corners in the entire NFL. So, I mean, yeah, you can say, oh, he's 5'10" and whatever. He's only a slot and he can't play outside. Obviously, you're not going to match him up one-on-one with a Chase Claypool in the red zone. That would be silly. But in a general sense, 90-95% of the time, he can play inside, he can play outside, and he can do it fine. And he's shown that.
I'm with it. This is pick 40. I did not see. Maybe you guys saw who they're taking here. Somebody in the comments might have already commented on it.
I haven't seen. Aaron Banks. San Francisco takes Aaron Banks, guard out of Notre Dame, another guy that we didn't care about. So, board
this
continues to fall well.
This is absolutely bananas. This is bananas, man. Keep
Jeremy Fowler, his little tidbit, Jeremy Fowler just tweeted that if the Steelers, if JOK is on the board at 55, that he used to attend Mike Tomlin's youth camp. Yeah. And he's very tight with them. And he said, even though they need offensive line, it could make it really interesting for him because he likes him a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pick 54. Arizona's not taking him. They have Simmons. They won't take him. The Giants, maybe. Washington took Jamin Davis.
He is a very Steelers defense pick now that you think about it.
He would be. Tennessee, I guess, is a possibility. Indy looking to replace Anthony Walker. He's not a Mike linebacker, JOK, but interesting. Like Cleveland doesn't have to jump far. If they want to get in front of Pittsburgh with Indy, I guarantee Chris Ballard would have no problem moving back to pick 59 and gathering maybe pick 211 or pick 169, Steve.
They're in a range where 89 and 91 are pretty much off the table for me in a move up at this point.
Where are they at, 50?
49.
This is bananas. I can't believe this is falling this way, guys. Barry, how's the bourbon going? How far in are we?
We're doing pretty good. We're on bourbon number 2. I'm drinking with the chaser. This is
nice.
Woodford Reserve.
Ooh.
Very fine single malt.
Where's that on your bourbon big board? Can we put that up, Ian? Do we have Barry's bourbon big board?
It's right up there, top of the list. So I broke out the good stuff tonight. So it's going very, very well. I will get more mellow as the night goes on.
Oh my goodness.
So
gracious.
Ian Rappaport says about Trevon Merrick, about his slide to 43. Source said his back was injured while training. He wore tape on it in the workout. Scouts noticed, then got an MRI that revealed some issues clearly affected his stock. That would make sense. That's why Ojulari is falling without a doubt. And JOK obviously didn't test in some important aspects. He's a tweener. That's why he's falling. Jabril Cox is a little bit older. That's why I think he's falling. Creed Humphrey, I have no explanation for. Terrace Marshall is another guy with some injury red flags that have popped up. Rondale Moore, he's a smaller, maybe seen as a strict gadget offensive player. That's why he's falling.
I think based on what Lane has told us multiple times over the last couple of weeks, if they're going to move up at this point, it's either JOK or Terrace Marshall Jr. That's what I think. That's just a guess, but Lane has hit those names several
I'm just
times.
excited that they're going to have a good player. I did that mock draft with the 32 users, and I was like, I picked Milton Williams, and I like Milton, who's number 10 on our available targets list. But I was kind of floored by how few players that I know there are guys like Aaron Banks that we never thought would get in the top 59, or I don't think Kelvin Joseph was selected. Like that happens, but I was just like, man, this is going to be harder than I thought. But this top 10, I would probably rank Creed Humphrey at the bottom of my list of guys that I think, but he's a good player.
Yeah.
I have no issue with any of those 10 players, guys.
Hey, Jay.
And I got to mention, we're up to 650 people in here now, which is insane. We love you all. What's up, Fred?
Jake, if you keep talking, you're going to get a who's Mel Kiper moment here,
Yeah.
My postman knows more than him.
What an all-time friggin' interview.
Jake doesn't have the hair for that, Fred. Jake.
No, it's getting very thin in the alleys, is what I've known. They call them power alleys. Getting a little thin.
We will talk more about Mel Kiper when
Notice
we get
we
to
all
the
have
mock draft rankings.
Oh yeah, Barry, you've been having a blast with that, haven't you? The mock draft, this version of the mock draft muncher, I guess. There's a different name for it now, but that's what it was forever.
Rondale Moore went
technology.
to the Cardinals.
Wow,
Nice.
They did take Rondale. That's interesting. It's a good fit for their offense. It's an absolutely great fit for their offense because he's the type of player in that NFL version of the air raid spread stuff that can really do some fun things for them. Andy Isabella becomes a player that's a cuttable player for them. That's for sure. He's going to be a fringe cut guy because they signed AJ Green and have brought in some folks. So
I was just going to say him inside of AJ Green and Nuke. He's going to have a lot more opportunities than most rookies. That's a perfect spot for him.
Yeah, that's a good spot. You're right. That is a great spot for him. Still, two wide receivers were very interested coming up in Diami Brown and Terrace Marshall that are on the radar. But at this point, at 59, I don't know. Cleveland might not even have him on their board. I mean, Lane has reported there is interest. I hope that holds to be true. I hope that Cleveland's very interested. I will admit, if it gets to pick 58, he is a prime candidate for Kansas City, who is a type of player in their defense who would fit really well. So we will keep that in mind. But who's up next? We got the Giants are up next. We'll see who the Giants are interested in taking.
Yeah, Gettleman trading down twice this year is probably the greatest troll job I've ever seen in my life. That's just fantastic for him.
It really is. I cannot wait to hear some quotes for him. Because the ultimate smoke screen from him, man. That was great.
I love the theater of this event. God,
it is something
great.
Else. Oh man.
Who would you, if gun to your head, Fred, who's your guy? I know we all say, hey, we like 3, 4, 5 guys, 10 guys here at this. One guy, you got to give up 59 and, let's say 110. Who's your guy right now?
Either JOK or Aziz Olajeri. I'd probably go with the edge rusher first.
I'd be more than fine with that. Yep, I would agree completely.
I keep forgetting Joseph Asai is still on the board. Good grief.
Yeah, two good edge player options, guys. That's what I like. And we'll look at the top 10 players in a minute. There's a bunch of guys to really like. Like there's 2 edge guys there that we like a ton. Milton Williams, an interior guy that we like a ton. I'm trying to think of, obviously if you're looking linebacker, Jabril Cox, and if you want to call JOK a linebacker, like them a ton. I think there's still, Melifanu, the corner, I still like a ton. It's a lot of fun players, man.
Whoever they have highest, it's like they have information that I don't have. And,
right.
Whoever because they know it's important at this point, this pick, and so I trust what they would do. But yeah, I would definitely go in with the highest edge or guy they have on the defensive board.
I didn't even say Christian Kirk with Arizona earlier, Steve. I forgot about it.
Yeah, totally
forgot.
So
they're definitely
stacked.
Isabella is definitely fringe. Yeah, so how about we give Kyler Murray no more excuses for Kyler Murray, right? That's the thing we say to quarterbacks, right?
I wonder if I know that a lot of other people were higher on Isabella than you and I were during his draft cycle, Jake. But
I liked him though.
In in that role for this offense, I wonder if that might be something they would be interested in, like one of those. There goes Ojulari. Giants took Ojulari in one of those last week of the preseason type swaps. Where they got Ronnie Harrison last year. That might be something they might be interested in.
Sure. Like Marvin, he's a Marvin Hall type who I think can be developed. So yeah, that's. Ali McNeil is another name I just saw mentioned down there. He's on the list. He's going to show up in our top 10 eventually, which I'm going to put that up again here.
Lane has mentioned him a few times too.
Ali McNeil's fun. He's got destroy you tape occasionally. So, God, that's a good list, guys. I know that we just lost Ojulari. I think he's going to go to the Giants. That's okay. Still like Joseph Asai. Yeah, Jamar Jefferson was just mentioned in the comments. Love him. Love his game as a safety. Yeah. Sorry, Jefferson. Yeah, I blame that on you, Thomas. You screwed me up. You're a good point. It's a good player. Jamar Johnson. My bad, man. I should have helped out. Over 700 people in the show. Hope you guys are doing well. Mike Krupka, our good friend out in Hawaii. How are you, my friend? Good to see you commenting. Might have to. If they take Hufanga, we're bringing Mike in. He's got to talk. He's got to talk about his guy.
If they take Hufanga, he'll run across the ocean and join you live.
Hey, I told him if we took one of his guys, we'd have him in. He brought Joseph Asai to my attention a long time ago. He was pumping that train all along. So if they take him, we're gonna have a chat with him about him too. So 707 people. This is awesome. I hope you guys are enjoying. Another reminder while I have you guys here about the 50% off subscription offer that we have going on, as we have a computer screen up there. My bad, I should have got rid of that. 50% off through May 3rd. Okay, 50% off an annual subscription. Take advantage of that option there if you can. That's a great option to get a very cheap price for a year's worth of some of the best inside information in the business from Lane Atkins, to get some of the best, I think the singular best 24/7 Browns draft content that Steve is pushing out. You get exclusive in the building in Berea interviews, reports, the Berea report from Fred Greetham and the Greetham Angle. And then you get some film content too. Myself, Johnny Kinsley, we are doing film content. And I should be remiss if I did not mention Brad Stainbrook, who's doing really great inside information from the agent side. That guy knows way too many people. He is super connected. So we have a lot of fun things for you. Yes, I am selling a little bit. This is how we work, man. This is what we do. We do it for you, and support good people. I think we do good work for you guys. We're trying to. So it's a great deal, and I would love if you guys would join us. So
plus Barry's weekly fireside bourbon chat. You haven't mentioned that yet. It's a big hitter.
He pulls up a favorite book, and and he reads it in his the best voice he has for the moment. I love Aziz. I'm floored that he was barely a top 50 pick. The 50th pick in the draft is crazy, because we were mocking him. We were talking about if they loved him, they'd have to move up to get him in round one, Steve. So, people talked about his age. He can't hold the edge. No, the dude can hold the edge. The knee injury issue is the concern. He's a friggin' player. He's got enough bend. He's good. He's good. And this is against Forsyth, Stone Forsyth, who's a good player at Florida.
And I'm going to say this again. We said this last night because we were just amazed at how the board fell last night. And I'm just going to repeat it because history is repeating itself. If I put out a mock anytime in the last 2 weeks and these 10 players were all available at 59, the first 10 comments would be, this is so unrealistic. I'm not even reading it. Why did it? No way in hell. Because, I mean, this is just out of left field. I mean, this is just, and we said it for weeks. We've been saying the disconnect between the media and the teams and the disconnect between each team because of all the gaps in information this year. They just don't have as much, and we have even less. This was a possibility, but I didn't think it would be on this big of a scale. I thought it would be like, 2-3 guys here and there. I didn't think there would be a block of 10 guys that we all thought could go before 40 still sitting here as we're rapidly approaching 59.
Cosme now to Washington.
Browns made a trade. Browns are on the clock. They traded.
Oh, guys, what are they doing?
Here we go.
Let's go.
51 is ours.
Who are they taking, guys? Somebody tell me.
Hopefully it's on this list.
They might be taking a side. I don't know. I'm not going to get too pumped up. Dude, if they take JOK, I'm out. I'm going to go run around for a minute. I keep refreshing your Twitter feeds, gentlemen. Who'd they trade up for? They might. I'm trying to keep my expectations down. I'm like Fred. Whenever they trade up, it's not for who I think they are. Are they taking Terrace Marshall? Somebody mentioned it in the comments. I haven't seen anything.
No, now
they're taking a side.
Now it says the Panthers traded with the Browns, according to Rapp.
Okay.
Number 52 to Cleveland.
Yeah. Washington just took Cosme, so we're on the board right now at 50.
Panthers traded to the Browns.
Yeah, Washington was 51. They took Cosme. We traded with the Panthers, and so we're up right now. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen it yet.
Carolina's trading 52 to Cleveland. I haven't seen it either. Some people have set aside. I have not seen anything.
Wow, they did give up 89. They gave up – oh, no, I'm sorry. No, yeah, we did. We gave up 89, but we got back a fourth. 52 and 89 for 59 and 89 for 52 and 113.
Right.
Okay, that's not bad. 110 and 113 is kind of like doubling up at 89 and 91,
That's trade up ammo. Too early force, that's trade up ammo.
Who are they taking? Somebody
could
tell me.
Could be JOK, could be Marshall, could be Asai. And they've used half the clock.
Bro, are they taking JOK here?
I don't know. I can't see
They're
anything.
taking him. They're fucking taking him, man. I think they're taking him.
Yep, they're taking JOK. They're taking JOK. Yes!
Let's go!
Boom! Oh my God, what a first 2 rounds. Holy God.
Let's go! Let's go!
I can't believe it.
I love this front office. I'm going to go kiss Andrew Berry. I don't care that they just got a child. Oh, I'm so pumped. God dang it, I'm pumped, man.
Number 1 guy on your board available.
Guys,
we talked about.
Son of a bitch, I love this draft. I'm sorry I'm cussing. I shouldn't cuss. I'm so in. When does the season start? God, that's a great move.
Let's go.
Well, I think, it's like I said, I trust as far as if they feel that he can fit and do, like I said, if he can do the role with Jackson, he can do a lot more than that. So it's just obviously playing him right. But I think more than anything, he's a football player.
Steve, I'm giving you a hug. I'm giving you a hug from across the board, dude.
Guys, I'm going to check out and
go do your thing.
Story.
Go get that inside access there. Yeah.
And then,
I can't believe they got him. What?
This is astonishing. I
love this front office, man.
They're making common sense picks again, and Joe Woods has the opportunity to prove what he can do. I mean, he has no excuses now.
right.
He's got the horses to make his scheme work. And I can't get much more excited than I am right now. I'm having a hard time talking. This is just wonderful.
I cannot believe they got him.
If you said we come out of the first two picks with Newsome and JOK, I would have said we would have had to trade back up into the first round or high second round to get him. This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable, Barry. It's unbelievable, Barry McBride. It's
before anybody asks. No, not one of my mocks had this as first and second pick. Nope. Sorry, I'm a moron. I did not see them getting JOK at 52. Holy
just too
farts.
Unrealistic.
I can't believe this.
He's going to be a fan favorite. A fan favorite.
Oh, we're going to love him here. We're going to love him. We love guys who hit.
Come on, make it official, Raj. Make it official. Goodell announces Quinn Miners, and we all look like idiots. I'll watch the fans. Yes.
Coach Gibbons is a recipient of the 2020 Cleveland Browns High School Coach of the Year Award. For the next generation of our youth. Coach, it's your honor to the Cleveland Browns coach. His commitment and dedication to the football community goes above and beyond, and he is truly a player's coach. Coach, we congratulate you for your awards and what you're doing for the next generation of our youth.
With the 52nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
God, I'm going to want to say some bad words. Oh, that's so awesome. God, I'm so... Oh, man, I'm so fired up.
So now what do you do? How do you top that? You know, who's the next guy who's going to mysteriously drop to us at the bottom of the third round?
Yeah, Osai suddenly at 89 without making a trade up. Holy crap.
What a start, boys. What a start.
Just think how far we've come. We're going into the going to be going into the third round here, and we're worried about positions the way they might look in 2022. You know, looking for edge rushers and wide receivers because we're worried about the salary cap, not to fill an immediate hole that is going to cause us to lose games with third and fourth round picks, and that's where we've been.
I don't love that my wife is watching this and just told me to stop cussing, just for the record.
Man,
this
is the
right.
same hat I was wearing when I jumped off the couch, yelled tons of bad words, and hurled it against the wall when they drafted Brandon Weeden. So that's how far this hat has come. Okay. Holy
I like that
crap.
they only just moved back from 89 too. They still kept that extra pick, and it's only pick 113. I am pretty excited, gentlemen. I'm pretty excited.
89, 110, 113 is a pretty powerful move up to late 60s, early 70s package if somebody drops, you know?
Yep. Boy, that's fun.
Wow. Well, we wanted them to upgrade the coverage. They certainly have done that.
This is so. Look at Andrew Berry, man. Look at them. They're excited. They moved up for him. You got to think about too. I know this isn't. I know this isn't sometimes like the biggest thing in the world, but guys feel slighted when they move down. And like JOK might have had the expectation he was going in the top 20 picks of this draft, guys, and then all of a sudden he slides. He's saying to himself, Steve, I just want someone who wants me.
Right.
Somebody wants me, man. And they moved up, and hey, we wanted you. We wanted you that might mean the world to him. So I'm just so excited. So excited, man. They're drawing comparisons on screen to Harrison Smith, which, come on, man. Pick 52. That's the player you get. And if Grant Delpit is the second-round player that we think he can be, those straight second-round picks 2 years in a row, man, come on.
Good grief.
Come on, man. I'm so excited. Let's read some of the reviews.
Grief.
Let's read some of these reviews from people we trust.
Wow.
Jeremiah is second ranked. He has him ranked behind Micah Parsons as a second ranked linebacker. We know we've talked about the position. He says overall, Owusu Kormoa will have his share of undisciplined plays, but his one-step explosion, playmaking range, and intelligence gives his coaches flexibility to deploy him at linebacker, safety, or nickel. He projects as a high-ceiling chess piece defender. Second-ranked linebacker. Pro Football Focus gives him a 79.7 grade last year, 647 snaps. He played 2 free safety snaps, 212 box snaps, 331 slot corner snaps, 88 along the D line. They give him a first-round grade. JOK is the new breed of defender. His seamless versatility can match anything on offense, anything that offenses throw out there.
His 2 seasons as a starter in South Bend, 80 tackles, 62 tackles, 13 and a half tackles for a loss, 11 tackles for a loss, 5.5 sacks, only 1.5 this past year, 5 forced fumbles between the 2 years, 8 passes broken up, a pick. He can do whatever. Oh my God.
Somebody's
I don't even know
asking
what to
about
say.
his age. Yeah, I don't either, man. His age is 21 and a half. He's young.
Plenty.
He won't turn 22 even. Steve Elps was asking about age until November 4th. So young, plenty of experience. He enrolled at Notre Dame, redshirted in 2017 as a 17-year-old. And I know Aaron Pierce, who's a good follower of many things, talking about the trade that is up on the board, which we're borrowing this picture from the Cleveland Browns Twitter, shows that we only decided to move up and slide back. So we moved up now to slide back a little later. So we were originally going 89-91. Now we'll go, it was 89-91, 110. Now we'll go 91, 110, 113. So you still have that kind of bang, bang, back and forth pick thing at 110 and 113. And as Steve said, we still have ammunition in our pocket to go back up and get somebody. If they want to go get somebody before 89, they can go up and get somebody in the 70s. Potentially, or if they wanted to package 2 picks and get into the 60s, if Joseph Asai is still there, they might do that too. So who picked 53? I don't even know who that. I missed that.
Titans picked a tackle.
Dude. I got to check what film I have of this young man to break him down. I got to see what Notre Dame All 22 we have. I'm going to be up. I'm not even going to sleep this weekend.
But you're going to be happy.
I am very happy already. The rest of this draft is cake. I'm serious.
I'm with you.
We talk about this all the time, that we're like, okay, get these. Yeah. I have so many texts. I have 14 text messages right now. Oh, man, guys. Let's check. Let's check. Can somebody put a breaking news graphic? I can get that for you, Fred. We're talking through. You guys can feel free to. Fred, Barry, and we can still talk about JOK. We should probably do that. Everybody's really wanting us to talk about it. Steve and Barry, you chime in here too, and we can bring Jared. Jared's on site. Let's bring Jared in as well. I'm sorry, Jared, if you weren't prepared a little bit. Talk about, if you two can, while I help Fred out with this graphic, like just kind of how he fits in this defense and why you think it can work.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what really works really well for JOK is that the Browns can put him in a ton of different positions, right? So flexibility is really important. For some people, that's a negative, but for Joe Woods, you have a player that can play some linebacker, right? So he's going to be a playmaker at that position. So we're not talking about a guy who's in the middle of the defense and going to take on a pulling guard most of the time. You have a guy who is going to be rangy. He's going to get sideline to sideline. He can rush the passer, but he can also play safety, so you can drop him deep. So you can do a lot of things like cover two. So you think of like what Brian Urlacher at times have done just in the middle of the field. He can move quickly. or you're going to have him in the slot. So right now, it's very possible that if the Browns want to, if Grady's not healthy, you have Newsome and Ward outside, you have Troy Hill and JOK as their slot corners if a team goes 4 wide, but you don't lose out on run defense, those kind of things when you do that, where you would do that in the past with like a Buster Screen at 5'9" and $150 or whatever he was. You don't get that with JOK. So he really works well for the Browns with his versatility, with his speed. At some point in time, the Browns are going to have Jacob Phillips and JOK, 2 very, very fast linebackers on the field at the same time, giving them the ability to stop the run, the fast run, the outside run, those kind of things, but also linebackers that can cover the tight end. Have we seen that in the past, 20 years at this point in time? And so when you talk about the Mark Andrews of the world, what do you think Lamar Jackson has had a lot of problems with? Travis Kelce, right? So you just give yourself that flexibility that defenses or offenses have no idea where Grant Delpit's coming from, Ronnie Harrison, JOK. Those 3 guys can be almost anywhere on the field, and they have no idea where they're coming from. So that versatility is going to be really, really important. And again, I've been hitting it on Twitter just a little bit. It's really important that we realize that the Cleveland Browns just made that move. They moved up 7 spots by moving back 24 spots, if I did my math right. We're not talking about a huge move. They didn't give up a pick. They moved up 7 spots in the second round by moving back 24 spots from the 3rd to the 4th. That is not a huge move. Now, not a lot to give up for that kind of move to get a player that all of us would be pretty happy with at 26.
And Jared, just to piggyback on what you said, all that versatility at the 2nd and 3rd level of the defense, throw on top of that, as we've been talking about since they signed him, you've got Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney, Malik Jackson. These are all guys who can play inside and outside. So not only does the offense have no idea where the secondary is going to be lining up, they have no idea where the front 4 is going to be lining up because they can go literally anywhere. Why are they all standing up? Where the hell are they coming from? I have no idea what's going on. So the versatility they have in their starting 11 right now is really astonishing.
And they really like what they can do with a Jadeveon Clowney, Myles Garrett, Malik Jackson. The length of those guys is really important because that provides the opportunity to make it more difficult for outside runs. They can really eat up blocks at times if they want to open up things for some of those smaller linebackers. They want a little bit more of that beefy guy. So it's why I was always a little concerned that Azeez Ojulari, while we liked him, may not be the pick just because he wasn't that kind of strong, long kind of player that it seems like they like. And you kind of need that if you're going to have lighter, faster guys at the linebacker position.
Just real quick, we'll get back to talking about JOK. Deo Odiengbo, a guy we've been talking about, if he slid to the 3rd to day 3, he would be a perfect draft and stash for this defense because of his Achilles injury. If he was healthy, this would have been roughly his range, and Indianapolis just took him at 54.
That's early. He's a heck of a player. I know Brandon Thorne, who we respect immensely at the OBR, has talked about him being a guy who was blowing up defense or opposing SEC offensive linemen pretty consistently on tape. So that kind of got me like, okay, that's a guy I'm definitely interested in if they could fall later, because defensive end, and I think this is still in play, guys, is still a stash spot. They have really 3 good frontline players. Porter Gustin, Curtis Weaver are going to fight for that 4th D end role, and then you can develop. And that's why, again, I'm very interested in Milton Williams. We'll keep talking about that as this thing wears on. But yeah, that's definitely a position where you don't have to, like, you really wanted a corner who could play now. It wasn't do or die, but you wanted a corner who could play now. And we're up to 800 people viewing. Thank you guys so much for being with us. But ultimately, you at edge, you have frontline guys, and you're just looking for future there. That's why Deo was like, okay, this is a guy we could steal if he slips because of the injury, but too good a player, ultimately too good a player. Smart move by the Colts.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing, too, is, and we talked about this several times, we all think they should get more edge help. We all want them to get more edge help. But if they had to, if things just fell terrible and nobody they like, they could run this group out there right now, and it would be okay, and try to add another body as a UDFA or, a small trade at the end of the camp or something like that. They could not do that with the cornerback group before yesterday, obviously. They could not have run the group out there. They just didn't have enough people. Wow, the Steelers go tight end.
What? Who?
I like
Jordan?
Freiermuth, from Penn State. I like Freiermuth, but how did they not take an offensive lineman there?
This is weird from Pittsburgh.
Wow. Okay.
That's weird.
They are
I like he did not,
sacrificing
but Pat didn't test well. I don't know. To each their own. We got bigger concerns over here.
Good. Keep doing. Draft another running back next, Pittsburgh. Go for it.
Well, this has been Roethlisberger's final season, come what may, after the offensive line help that the Steelers are going to give him. He's done.
It might be his final season on Earth if they don't,
exactly.
put something in front of him.
I think the JOK pick.
I think you guys go ahead, Barry. My bad, buddy.
No, I was just going to talk a little bit more about JOK. He's a guy who 15, 20 years ago would not have the role that he has today. He would have been a tweener, right? Too small for a linebacker, too big for a safety. And it just shows you how the game has changed over the last 15 years with the advance of the passing game in the NFL. Defenses always adapt to the faster speed of offense, that we've seen over the last 10 years. And a guy like JOK has profited from it. And Lance Zierlein, for example, on NFL.com, called him perhaps the most impactful defender in the draft. And that's high
Browns
praise
defense. It is. Browns defense adds John Johnson, Jadeveon Clowney, Troy Hill, Anthony Walker, Tack McKinley, Malik Jackson, Greg Newsome, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So not bad, eh?
That's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, if you told me that in January, I'd have been like, okay, can we sim to the season?
I have to screen share this for you guys real quick. Let's see if we can.
I'm so sad I'm not involved in it. Last night's was good, though.
Let me see if I can find the right window. Hang on now. All right. So how can Jake work technology for 500, please? All right. There it is. Tweet of the night so far coming in right here. I said, when your team drafts smart with a great moment in time. I think that's a pretty good one. So, all right. Fun times. So making memories. Friends and memories.
Yeah. So as we look forward, does it make more sense for them now? Does the Terrence Marshall, does that position, does the offense, is that something that they're like, well, we already did this over here on defense? Or is this more of a case of more on the offensive side of the ball? Last year, they only picked 3 defensive players. Obviously, Delpit went out. Phillips was hurt a lot, and Jordan Elliott. This year, do they even get to 3 offensive players, given their needs on defense and given what draft picks they have?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we started out the cycle saying spend 9 picks on defense. And then, things happened and guys left and guys went here and guys went there. And we were like, okay, looking to the future, they should probably, grab a wide receiver, interior offensive line. They might have a need, maybe a developmental tackle late or something like that. So I don't know. You're getting to the point where we've all been expecting them to either use those early day 3 picks to try to move up from 89, 91 now, of course, being gone, or take those day 3 picks and try to move them out, trade this year's 5th for next year's 4th, that kind of thing. I can't even think straight. I'm so excited. I think
if Diami gets to the 70s, I'd be interested in moving up for him, but I don't know if they're going to move up for wide receiver. I just don't know. I don't know. That's just
maybe if Marshall falls that far.
They do love LSU guys. We've talked about that between Cincinnati and Cleveland.
I'm just basing that off of how many times Lane brought him up and the specific wording that he used.
And Lane was on their love for JOK too. So shout out to Lane. For being on the forefront of this, as he always is.
Yep.
So on a side note, really interesting, Paul DePodesta is the one being interviewed by Browns media for this pick. So not Andrew Berry, not Kevin Stefanski. It is Depot who is being interviewed for this pick, which is just always interesting that randomly, all of a sudden, Paul DePodesta is in front of the cameras, and it's the most random times. And I guess it's today. I guess it's the second round picks. We get to hear from Depot.
Oh, you want to hear? Let's go a little conspiracy theory here. If he's the one there, could it be that Kevin and Andrew are working the phones?
That's great conspiracy theory question there, actually.
I don't know.
It could very well be.
Why did I look shocked that Steven had a smart thought?
Hey, I was too. But this is just my normal face. So, that's twice already. Man, I hope this isn't it for the year.
Hey, you haven't stopped rubbing the totem, right?
No, and that's what she said. No, I haven't.
All right, who's Seattle taking here?
A wide receiver I had no concern about.
Who'd they go with?
Dwayne Eskridge.
Okay, yeah, he was
An
definitely off our
interesting
board.
player, but
Talented, but 24 already. So one that we didn't think that Browns would actually be interested in. Did we talk about this tweet from PFF College? Did we have this one up? I'm not sure if we did or not.
Yes, yeah, we did. We didn't get to talk about it, but I think it's interesting. Again, coverage, right?
Yep.
Speed. But slot coverage as a linebacker in college is ridiculous. I don't remember Notre Dame's schedule this year, but in general, they do have some competition that they deal with. And the fact that he was able to do that, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't have another word for it. I wanted him at 26, but it's ridiculous. The ability the Browns now have to cover. They were so terrible last year. We can rewatch that Steelers playoff game, and we're all still worried about them blowing that freaking lead. That's how bad the coverage defense was. I get anxious watching that defense win a game I know they're going to win. So the amount of coverage with John Johnson, with Newsome, with Troy Hill, with JOK, like those are ridiculous. And then you hope for some development out of Jacob Phillips. You have hope that Greedy Williams can be something. Like there's hope there, but there's also just good. Like there are good players.
Yeah.
And then we're hoping for these other guys. We're not hoping for the main guys. We're hoping for our depth and our talent to be good at number 3, 4, 5, 6 on the depth chart versus 1 and 2.
And I think something to note here too, because we're talking about, now we're talking about hitting specific positions to take those last couple of steps up to championship level. If it's not there already, we all need to remember, and Jake, you and I have said this several times over the past couple of weeks, when Mr. Irrelevant gets picked tomorrow night, it's not like the roster is locked until next year. There's still free agents out there. There's always a couple of trades over the summer. Like we said, that last week of camp, that's where they got Ronnie Harrison last year. They got him 4 days before the opener or 3 days before the opener or something like that. They'll be active there. And as we've said a couple of times, and this is kind of exciting in a long-term view, the trade deadline might be relevant this year. I mean, if they're, let's say it's week 10, I don't know when it is this year, and they think, we need one more wide receiver, we need one more corner, whatever it happens to be, and there's a guy out there, this might be the year where, next year's 2, next year's 3, or whatever the compensation is, might make sense. This isn't it. If they don't come out of this with every position hit, they're not done. There's still work to be done and plenty of opportunities for them to add talent. But just the fact that they've made this many strides with 2 freaking picks, on top of the free agency that they had, it's exciting. It's exciting because they're close, guys. On paper, they are legitimately one of the threats in the AFC. And how long has it been since we've been able to say that?
And 2 things just to note. One is obviously the June 1st with cap-related things. We know that with the Aaron Rodgers trade. So there might be players. Again, I talk about Daniil Hunter just because everything going on in Minnesota, but his contract much easier to move after June 1st. The other thing to note, and CD Moore put it in our chat, is that Eskridge is older than David Njoku.
Right.
Like that's the crazy.
That's crazy.
That's so crazy. And honestly, I saw
the Rams are here.
Him. Who?
The Rams have joined us.
I didn't know they believed in. I thought they were like against the NFL draft.
Oh man. Sorry, my phone has been absolutely blowing up. My dad, I can't ignore. I can ignore a lot of people. I can't ignore my dad.
I got stuff going crazy all over the place here.
All right, I'm gonna step away for 2 seconds. Got to run to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
Wow, if you can do it in 2 seconds, you're definitely young.
We'll see. Time me.
Yeah. So the ice cream update. What else do they have on the spread there, Jared? I'm kidding. Let's talk
So I
football.
just finished. I got some city. Listen, we got some Cleveland stuff. This is City Hippie granola, and I got the Jailhouse Rock version of it, which is cinnamon and whatever. We got JOK and Greg Newsome. It's looking like the rest of the NFL just wants to allow the Browns to have some players, and so still a lot of trade assets going on. I haven't gotten dinner yet, but I'll get that at some point.
That's just occurred to me here. We started the day and we spent the first hour talking about, holy cow, look, there's 10 guys that are going to fall down into trading range from 59 and everything. We're not that far away here from starting to talk about that there's 10 guys here that are almost falling into trade up range from 89. I mean, I don't think we're there yet. I think we're 8-10 picks away from it realistically starting, unless they're willing to give up more than we think they do. But you get to 67, 68, 71, something like that. And some of these guys that you see on your screen there somehow are still on the board. I mean, the phone's going to be ringing. I guarantee it. He's going to at least be exploring because, man, I can't believe Joseph Ossai is still on the board. I'm shocked that Joseph Ossai is still on the board.
Absolutely. And obviously you see the list right now, their top 10 targets. Barry, you've been doing this for the media and for the OBR and for so long. What is this like for you as you experience things going the Browns' way and hope and it being based on real things? Like for you as someone who's taking care of the site for so long professionally, but also obviously personally, what is this like for you? Because this has been your life in a lot of ways for so long.
Well, it certainly is a change. I can give you that. We went for years where people were making selections that seemed nonsensical, where they thought that they were more clever than they actually were in attempting to game the system. I remember, for example, he didn't turn out to be that bad a player, but Butch Davis burned a first-round pick on Jeff Fain, who is a center. And he was so concerned about evading any sort of media attention on Fain that he didn't even bring Fain into the facility to work him out, to look at him. And, there were so many more commonsensical picks available for the Browns back then, but Butch Davis had to have his players, his guys he couldn't recruit out of high school, so on and so forth, that led him astray. It's great to have people who are basing their decisions on math, who are basing their decisions on logic and good scouting. And we've just never seen that before. There's been too much, too much shooting from the hip over the years. But I haven't seen the Browns fan base this excited in the 20 years that I've been doing this, and deservedly so. They've got a great team to root for. They've waited an incredibly long time, and they deserve it. And, I'm just loving life right now.
And that's an interesting point to make there, Barry, because that smartest guy in the room syndrome that we saw, and part of it also was combined with the fact that virtually every year the whole front office and coaching staff was fighting for their jobs, so they had to make, wild moves and that kind of stuff. But a lot of people, they say analytics and they think, oh, these guys think they're smarter than everybody else. Actually, the approach of analytics, and they're very smart people, but the approach is that you're not. It's the opposite. You want more picks, more darts, more shots at it at the right value. So you don't think you're smarter than everybody else. You just want more chances, more swings at the plate than everybody else. It's actually the opposite of what is a common misconception. And we have, over the last 20 years, we have proof of it right here in Cleveland from the front offices that we have watched that you noted.
Yeah, and I think that's where the word alignment, people made fun of it all last offseason when the Browns were going through their process, but everything fits. Everything makes sense. You don't have reports like from the 49ers that the scouts and the coaches didn't know about the pick. You don't have reports like from the Raiders that it's very possible that their GM, Mike Mayock, may be fired after this draft because him and John Gruden are not seeing everything. Seth, that's
nice, Seth.
That's really well done, Seth. Yeah, it just is. It's saying, analytics says more information is better, right? Not less, just
right.
Trust me, my eyes. I am going to get as much information as possible. I'm going to prove what I know.
And play the odds. Right?
And so it's really fun that things make sense. Now, listen, I'm not going to try to throw water on our parade. it's possible that Newsome and JOK don't work out, right?
Right, of course.
We're just talking about right now as prospects and what the Browns need. They fit, and it's important that they fit, and it makes sense. If something happens and it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's a different conversation down the road. But based on prospects, Newsome and JOK literally makes everything icing and gravy. And did Jake change into a different hoodie? Because that's cool. Well done, buddy. So it's just a lot of fun for everything to make sense and to be logical. You know, we can be emotional because they were logical.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And I think I think the comment's gone. CD said something said it's playing the odds like a blackjack table. It's gone. I don't know where it went. But yeah, that's what it is. It's analytic. There you go. That's all you're doing. You're not saying we're smarter than everybody else. You're not saying this guy's guaranteed to hit because of this math or that math or that math. What you're doing is you're looking over a historical sample size of, several decades, and you're saying guys of this age, of this size, with this much production, blah, 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 at this point in the draft hit 68% of the time. Whereas if you, in the same spot, if you take a guy who's 2 years older and 10% less production and this and that, they only hit 12% of the time. That's all it is. Now the guy you pass on could be part of that 12%, and you could look like a fool on that particular pick. But over the long haul, it's basically like getting your money all in at the poker table, and you see those, it's much easier on TV when they put those percentages up. You can't see that when you're sitting at the table. But if you knew that you were getting your money in every time as a 75% favorite, yes, you're going to lose 25% of the time. But if you do that 150 times, you're going to have way more money than the guy on the other side of the table. That's generally in a very oversimplified way, that's what analytics is. Wow, Kansas City takes Nick Bolton. Okay.
I think what's really interesting for very important updates. So Greg Newsome's going to wear number 2. He's at the Cavs game. He tweeted out that he needs one of those number 2 Colin Sexton jerseys. Perfectly done, right? And the Cavs delivered a Colin Sexton jersey up to his box, and he's got a picture of him holding it up. So his gets us meter just continues to rise and rise and rise. Greg Newsome, number 2. You can turn those Johnny Manziel jerseys into watch this. You ready for it? You can turn those Johnny Manziel jerseys into something new. Sorry, I had to try, Jake.
All right, mute Jared. Nice. Mute him. Take him out. Take him out of the broadcast.
He's out. We're done with him for a while. Listen,
between that and the hair. Good.
Does that mean? So that means Cody Parkey's going to release number 2? Then I would imagine.
I would, probably.
It may
it's a quick conversation to have with Cody Parkey.
Yeah, probably make a little bit of money this offseason.
JOK going to try to get a hold of Baker for number 6. What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sitting here for all the people that want wide receiver. Yes, a lot of the top names are gone. They could have. You can say that they're wide receivers that were worth the 2 picks, but I don't see how you can be angry with these 2 picks. There's a difference there. You can say I preferred to do this or that. There's no way you can be angry with these 2 picks. Now you're looking at looks like Terrace Marshall just went off the board. But I was just going to say he was there. De'Ami Brown is still there. Josh Palmer is still there, who's an analytics darling. Jalen Darden, who we've heard that they have done a lot of work on and is still there. Amon-Ra St. Brown is still there. Nico Collins, Amir Smith-Marset, and on down the board. So there's still Anthony Schwartz still out there, blazing speed, legit speed. We can make fun of the 40 times this year all we want, and some of it is merited. But this guy was on the Olympic team, for crying out loud. So or was supposed to be anyway. He's a legit 4-2 guy. So if you're looking for someone to come in and just take the top off the defense, Anthony Schwartz is out there. You got Amir Smith-Marset. There's all kinds of wide receivers out there that can still come in and help this team in a specific role.
Wait a minute. The Rams took Atwell? What?
Yep.
He's like 120 pounds. Goodness gracious. He can run. I thought he would be like a 3rd, 4th round guy because of the weight stuff. That's interesting, man.
Yeah, Panthers took Terrace Marshall Jr.
That's a
Panthers.
good Curtis Samuel replacement. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. Barry, you want to talk about the mocks now? We could do that if you'd like. We can look at that for you.
We got some time.
We can do that in the coming minutes. While that stuff gets pulled up, we will. Yeah. I'll let you take over, my friend, and talk about how these mock drafts go.
Yeah, I have spent many years of my life looking over mock drafts and remarking about how they tend to represent groupthink at certain times, and then at other times, people want to get attention for their mocks, so they do crazy picks. This mock has Baker Mayfield falling out of the top 40, or whatever, right, to try to get attention. But I've always wondered, what the success rate is of mocks, especially from the national guys. We have people who charge for mock drafts these days. Do they really have that value? Yes, there are people who put them behind a paywall. Hey, maybe that's an idea. I don't know. But I've heard people say things like, hey, Kuiper, I pay attention to his last mock draft because he's hearing things, stuff like that. So I wanted to put that to the test. And so what I did is I took about 15 different mock drafts that I could find on the internet. And if you want to put up the graphic, what I did is I scored them using way too much technology. And what I basically said is you get a ton of points if you get the right team, the right player at the right selection, right? So everybody got 25 points if they pick Trevor Lawrence at number 1, right? So that's a gift. But if you get the right team and the right player, but you get them at the wrong spot, that's still pretty good. If you had, the Browns taking Greg Newsome, but you had him at having to trade up to 21 for it, well, you still deserve credit for that. And so on and so forth, right? You get the right player at the right selection, even if it's the wrong team, you deserve some credit for that. And if you pick the right player somewhere near where he actually gets picked, you get some credit for that. So that's the scoring system I use on these mock drafts, right? So the next graphic shows the mock drafts that I took a look at. And so it's all the big guys. It's Dane Brugler. It is Mel Kiper. It's Todd McShay, Daniel Jeremiah, Tony Pauling. I worked in some local guys too. Tony Grossi, Scott Petrak, Nate Ulrich, see how they were doing. And to really test this, I created something called the Clueless Idiot Control Group.
I feel attacked.
And that was just,
Me too.
It's not based on you guys. It's based on somebody who knows very, very little and just watches other mock drafts, right? And I admit that I am the clueless idiot in the control group. I took about 5 minutes and created a mock draft, right? And the result is a little bit unusual.
I've seen the result. This is great.
I expected the clueless idiot control group, being me making guesses, to finish in probably the bottom third of the standings. But it turns to take a clueless idiot and have him do a mock draft based on just surface level understanding of the mock of the drafts, which I admit that I have. And he does pretty darn good. Now, I fought it out with Dane Brugler for number 1. Mike Florio did not do very well. And some of the local guys did better than some of the national guys. So one of the things I noticed as I was doing this is I put the mocks in the day before the draft. And a number of people released new mocks the day of the draft. And as a result, they were massively changed, And I'm like, why did you massively change your mock draft from one day to the next as you're finishing this up, right? You must not really know what you're doing, right? And that's sort of what this indicates. The total number of points you could get was 800, and the clueless idiot did the best, and he got 300. So nobody was very accurate, and that's what we're learning about mock drafts. Even these very knowledgeable people who've done way more studying than I, when it comes to doing a mock draft, are no better than a clueless idiot. That's the conclusions of the mock draft research. I think mock drafts are still fun. They're a great way to learn about players. They're a kick to read, but what this says is mathematically, Paul D. Podesta would be proud of me. They don't really say that much, and they're not very accurate. That's it. Terrace Marshall's now off the board.
And Pete Werner. Yeah.
Let's talk about Pete Werner when we get a second. Go ahead, Steve.
And I just wanted to reiterate something that I've said a zillion times. Most people, there's some out there that take it way too serious, but most people that do frequent mock drafts, it's about what you said, Barry. It's about familiarizing yourself with as many prospects as you can and getting them in buckets. Like at pick 26, we had 12 guys or 10 guys, whatever it was. It's going to be one of these guys, so let's research these guys as much as we can. At 59, we think it's going to be, now, of course, it turned out to be way wrong because we got JOK at 52, but at 59, we think it's going to be one of these 10 or 12 guys. So it's more about that than it is about predicting anything and trying to act like people in every front office or anything like that. At least for me, that's what it is. It's about, who are the Browns going to take? And that's the other thing for me. It's all Brown-centric. You did all 32 teams. There's guys out there that research it like Dane that know all 32 teams to the point where they can do stuff like that. That's just amazing to me. Just keeping up with one team like this is enough work. I don't know how those guys do it. So, there's value in mock drafts, lots of value, especially if you don't have the time to do a ton of individual prospect research yourself. That's the purpose of a lot of things. But as far as predicting what's exactly going to happen, there's like 3 guys every year that are close, usually
right.
Closer than everybody else. So people that try to use them as gospel, you're looking at it the wrong way.
Yeah, Brugler did a great job. McShay started off very well. He nailed like 6 of the first 10 picks, and then dropped off after that. And so, which surprised me because I've never really thought he was all that incredible. But I really think that if you're doing 57 mock drafts over the course of the year, at some point you may become guilty of overthinking it. You know what I mean?
I do.
Think like the Ravens and the Browns. Make the logical pick, right? Take the guy who makes the most sense. And if you do that, you'll probably have a little bit better of a mock draft than if you're trying to be more clever and get into the minds of some of these GMs. I don't know, but it was fun to look at, and I hope people got something out of it.
Yeah, so we'll talk about Pete Werner as kind of the most recent Ohio State Buckeye off the board that we're most familiar with here. Surprising that Pete Werner is off the board before Baron Browning, if we're being honest. Though Pete Werner's got a lot of fans out there. A 56.1 grade from Pro Football Focus this last year in 494 snaps, 40 tackles, 15 assisted tackles, 9 missed tackles. Coverage grade was well below the threshold at 51.6, which is not what you want to see, 57.6 run defense grade. They gave him a 4th-round grade. Werner wears the solid, if unspectacular, label with pride. He can start early in his career. Number 9 ranked linebacker from Dane Brugler's The Beast draft guide. Werner needs to clean up some inconsistent tendencies, but he has an outstanding lateral range and his sights are always on the football. He projects as a versatile linebacker with 4-down potential. He ran well, 4.59 40, 39.5 vertical jump, which is just bananas. It's so rare to see 40-inch verticals, and then you go to all of these colleges, these major colleges, and these guys all jump like through the roof. 10-2 broad, 20 bench press reps. So, interesting prospect. I think Ohio State defense was a little disappointing last year. So these 2 linebackers I thought might go round 3, round 4. I thought Baron Browning could move up a little higher. But what do you think of Pete Werner? Were you interested in him, Steve, at any point?
Not really, and I'm shocked that you didn't buy into the Baron Browning top 15 talk that came out in the last couple of weeks. That's right. Shocking. No, I wasn't, just because as we said, the Browns are running a defense that just doesn't require that many lines. He's very athletic, and I think that's one of the things that gained him a lot of fans through the draft cycles because there's nothing physically that he can't do, but as far as the Browns are going, they've got 4 starting level linebackers, in my opinion, on the roster right now. And are they, KJ Wright in his prime? No, they're not Luke Kuechly, but that's not what they need, especially in a defense that's going to run, as far as we understand it, 2 of them on the field at the most of the time. So spending top 100 draft capital when they had all these other needs and it looked like the draft was going to match up to those needs never made a lot of sense to me. Really no reflection on Pete Warner, the prospect, the player, or the person. Just, as I've always said, I'm not a draft guy. I'm a Browns draft guy. If he's a position or a player that I don't think they're interested in, I don't spend a ton of time on them because I just don't have that many hours in the day. Maybe you felt different, Barry. I don't know.
I like you say, you are a Browns draft guy. When it comes to college football, I am an Ohio State guy. I watch all their games religiously, and beyond that, I'm not all that knowledgeable except, who their opponents are, and I don't claim to be anything else. And Werner, to me, would show up. He would make some very good plays, but he didn't strike me as a second-round linebacker the entire time I was watching him. Regardless of what his measurables are, he made some impactful football plays, but he wasn't a dominant linebacker for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and that's the way I felt about it. So to see him go in the second round is a little bit of a surprise for me, just based on the level of the play that I saw last year.
Looks like we have Johnny Kinsley ready to come through. We'll see if it works. It did not work last night. We'll see if it did. Johnny's at the draft. Johnny, how are we?
Doing good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little noisy, but I think we can make it work. How is the live experience for you, man?
I did mention yesterday that the food was free, drinks were free, so you didn't really have to pay a cent for that. So I'd say the live experience is doing pretty well for me. But yeah, it's very loud out here.
What did you think of the Owusu-Koramoah pick there?
I actually just got done watching him since I didn't really have time to watch him this week. But after coming through from it, I really like it. He obviously fits the Browns guardrail. He turns 22 in November, and also he's kind of the explosive playmaker that they have needed, not just at linebacker, but really defense in general. He had 5 forced fumbles in his career, 3 in 2020. And he also had 11 tackles for loss in 2020, 24 and a half in his career. So he's as we've seen for a lot of Browns defenders, he's insanely versatile. He's got that linebacker safety hybrid, obviously that people have been talking about. The Browns, I think Paul came out saying that he's basically going to be a linebacker this year, which probably just makes sense since they've got endless safeties in the secondary that they've gotten already. But I'm really loving this pick. He has incredible vision. He has the potential to kind of be like a quarterback of the Browns defense with his intelligence and field awareness. And worst case scenario, he's also technically a safety pick for the Browns due to the versatility that I just mentioned.
Yeah, I definitely think, I definitely think that him spending time with John Johnson will help. I would imagine he'll spend time with the linebacker room and Anthony Walker, and that will definitely be good for him. It'll be good for how he develops in multiple angles. I don't care. I know Paul DePodesta has come on and said we see him as a linebacker, which, that's fine. I think that you can say just play him in space. That's all I want him to do is be a guy who can roam around in space, whether he's lined up over as a Sam dime back, whatever you want to call it. Put him in over the slot, let him go crazy blitzing off the edge, let him cover tight ends. He can do a lot of those things. So really excited for his versatility. Johnny, are you going to be there the remainder of the night so we can check back in with you after the next pick?
Yes, I will be here for the remainder of the night. This will actually be my last night. I'm going to a graduation tomorrow at Athens. So that will be pretty far away, but it's also day 3. So I don't think expert picks
stuff,
for
man.
Yeah.
Good stuff. We will check in with you after the next pick. Good. Get some free food and drinks and think of us.
I sure can do.
All right, man.
Thanks, Johnny.
Cheers.
It's loud in the background there. I will say that, as you would expect. So recent picks, we talked about Pete Werner. We did not talk about the Bills taking Carlos Basham, which is, I think I know we talked about age, Steve. I like him a little bit more than Rousseau as a prospect. What do you think?
Yeah, I like his game. I remember last year we were rooting for him to declare, and because he was projected a top 75 pick last year. So if this board, if he slides a little bit further, he really didn't do himself a lot of good going back a year as far as draft stock. So yeah, last year I would have been, hitting the table a little harder for him, but now, yeah, I mean, he turns 24 in the fall. I can't remember exactly when. So not only does he turn 23 soon, he turns 24. So he's way outside. The Chiefs just picked Creed Humphrey. So that's, we got two centers in a row have gone because the Packers took Josh Myers right ahead of him. So Joseph Asai still on the board. De'Ami Brown still on the board. Quinn Miners, Ellie McNeil. Man,
I like that number 10 who creeped onto the board at the bottom of our top 10 targets. You agree?
I'm looking at PFF's boards right. Oh yes, yeah. Yep. If they are looking to double up at corner, him and Tro Williams are a couple of my guys that are usually around at that 89 range that I think would fit this defense with all of the versatility that we've been talking about that they covet.
Boy, it's just fun, guys. I don't know if it gets to the mid to late 70s and some of these guys are still there. If they would consider moving 113 or something like that to try to jump up. There's
almost there.
There's a lot of players with name recognition right now that we are familiar with. Creed Humphrey, a good center. He had one of the best testing numbers we have ever seen. Let's talk a little bit more about the division because people are certainly most interested in the division. And what did you guys think of Baltimore's first round? And I'll say, I loved Rashad Bateman. He'll probably be a pretty good fit there. I was relieved they took Jason Owe with that. I know he's got some tools and some of that stuff, but I was not overly concerned with that pick. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both very Baltimore picks. Bateman we would have been happy with him at 26. I mean, he's a good football player. He's a good wide receiver. He's going to go good in their offense, I think. I think he's going to help out Lamar, who we mentioned it last night. He's accurate, but not pinpoint. And Rashad can go get a lot of balls. Got a pretty wide catch radius and then do a lot of stuff after it, which is good. As far as OA, yeah, it's all in the projection. If you think those tools are going to turn into even 80% of their potential, he's going to be pretty damn good for a long time for Baltimore, and we're going to end up hating him. But right now, that's all he is. He's just tools. So if they obviously their coaching staff is smarter about football than I am, and they think they can turn him into that. So let's hope they're wrong.
Barry, what did you think about Pittsburgh with going Najee Harris early, and then I'm pretty stunned that they went. Are they starting Chuck's Okorafor and
yes.
And who else are they starting? Zach Banner at tackle?
Yep.
I just have a hard time seeing where Pittsburgh's going. What did you think, Barry?
Well, I was very happy to see him take Najee Harris in the first round, as I think a lot of people were, because of the value of running backs, in the modern NFL. It's not necessarily a place you want to make a first-place investment these days, at least not in my opinion. And I really, I think that the Ravens, once again, making logical choices are the team that we're going to have to worry about over the next 5 years, I don't think it's the Steelers. The Steelers are not blowing me away with their moves this offseason. And the Bengals, God help them. They got the Joe Burrow pick right, but after that, it's been a minefield for them. So I was happy with what the Steelers did, not so happy with what the Ravens did, and sort of gotten used to that over the last 20 years.
And then Cincinnati I thought they had a really good group of tackles or guards they could have picked from where they picked, and to slide down for Jackson Carman was just such a weird decision. So I think right now I've said years past, Baltimore's had the better drafts, whatever. I think Cleveland has by far the best draft in the division so far. Now, again, this is just looking at prospects and where they get the prospects. We're not saying that these guys are going to pan out X, Y, but that's just sort of what we're thinking based on, where they got guys and the value at which they got them. So I hope it pans out. I hope these guys can stay injury-free and contribute immediately. It looks like the big shake here, guys, is the first quarterback out of that group of 5 to go is Kyle Trask here going to Tampa Bay. Interesting. Let's talk about that pick. Let's see what Dane has to say about Kyle Trask.
Depends on whether Brady plays till he's 50.
This is true. Could be another
opportunity.
Could be another pick like Ryan Mallett type of pick.
I've been saying for like 10 years that eventually Father Time is going to win because he always does. And I'm for the first time ever with Tom Brady, I'm like, holy crap, what if he's not? I mean, good grief. And not only is he still playing, but he's still playing basically as well as he was 15 years ago. It's amazing. It's ridiculous.
Here's a quote from Dane. You guys ready? Trask is well-built, smart, tough competitor with natural touch as a passer, but his inconsistent mechanics and below-average mobility cap his ceiling as an NFL quarterback. He projects as a carbon copy of Mason Rudolph.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh. Not great endorsement.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't understand the hype he had earlier in the season when people were talking about him as the other first-round quarterback, and back when early in the season when there were questions about Baker, people were saying, "Oh, maybe we should get Trask," and all that kind of. I never got it. I never understood it.
I'm with it. I thought maybe Kellen Mond would be the first one to go, but no, he is not the first of the outside of the top 5 to go there. So,
oh gosh, I totally forgot to send out the prospect page for JOK. I was so freaking excited when we picked him. Let me get that out.
We got a little bit of info up on him on the front page, the breaking news of the selection. Fred did a great job. Fred will check back in with us at some point. He'll come back. We're going to look at the top 10 players still available. Probably at this point, we would eliminate Jabril Cox. Now, we're just putting up guys we originally put, but we would eliminate the linebacker role from being something that they would consider. But Diami Brown is a great player sitting there at this range. Melifonwu, big corner,
would love
nice,
him.
Fun, would love him. Milton Williams would love him. Inside, outside versatility. Elijah Molden is your future slot corner if you wanted to get that position here. Aleem McNeil, we've talked about. Very, very fun. Shade, one, nose, head-up player. I love Hunter Long. Not made a secret about that. Paulson Adebo, another corner we would be very fascinated by. And lastly, Quinn Minor sneaks on there from the Wisconsin Whitewater. So, he's an interesting player.
Yeah, and we should probably point out again that it's very specific. These are not the top 10 players left on the board. These are the top 10 guys that we think the Browns would be interested in. So there are positions left off, guys outside the guardrail that are left off. This isn't the same as NFL Network has their top 10 remaining, and I know ESPN puts Mel's 10 best available or whatever, something like that. That's league wide. That's every player, every position, every team, the highest graded guys. This is specifically for the Browns, which is why you're not going to see a lot of guys that you see on some of those other lists here.
For sure.
Paulson Adebo from Stanford. It's like catnip to those Harvard guys. Got another smart school there. Got another smart, tough player there. Can't overlook them. One thing I will say, going back to our last topic about our rivals in the AFC North, is I don't think we've adequately lectured the Cincinnati Bengals for passing on Penei Sewell. I think they're going to regret that. I think that's one of the most idiotic moves I've seen in a very, very long time. Maybe it's because I lived in an environment with a Joe Thomas for all these years. And saw how important he was for the Browns and how important that left tackle position is. And here you got a guy who, if you needed a left tackle, you had to grab him. I mean, there is no alternative to it. He's an outstanding player. And to pass him over for Jamar Chase, I know he's talented, but there's a lot of wide receivers out there. There are not a lot of left tackles like Penei Sewell. And I'm just going to take this opportunity to lecture the Cincinnati Bengals for doing something I think is amazingly stupid. There, I've said my piece.
Yeah, we hammered him pretty good last night for it because,
Good for you.
for all the stuff that you just said, but even on top of that, just look at the situation. Last year, you took the #1 overall pick. So you're talking about a quarterback that you believe as an organization is the next decade of your franchise, if not more. This is the guy. And then you watched him do two things last year. Played really well for a rookie. Had some mistakes, obviously, but for a rookie, played really well for 10 games, I think, or however long it was before he got hurt, and then had his knee turned into hamburger meat because he got the absolute, Tim Couch level snot beat out of him week after week after week after week. And you watched him rehab all summer or all off season. And then you have a chance to take who some people believe is a Joe Thomas level, which is a high bar to clear, but they think he's that good of a prospect. And you don't do it. You don't protect this kid after watching that, and then looking at the division that you're in, looking at the defensive line the Browns have built that we've been talking about for the last couple of months here. I again, like you said, Jamar Chase really freaking good. You can't argue with the pick itself in a vacuum, but when you have a guy like Sewell available in that situation, I just don't know how you pass. I really don't.
And you have to be concerned about the quarterback, and Jake knows more about this than I certainly ever will. But whether if he's under pressure without that stalwart left tackle, whether he's going to start developing some bad habits, right? Mm-hmm. I saw the Texans take Carr as the #1 pick in the draft, put him behind this horrible line, and watch him develop, what to my amateur eyes appeared to be some bad habits, getting skittish in the pocket, never knowing if he's going to get the protection he wants, and destroyed his career, I think Joe Burrow is a better quarterback, but, if I was the Bengals and I wasn't protecting this guy, I'd really worry about what's going to happen to that investment.
Yeah, you start to get happy feet, you get hit so many times. Jake, you know this. If your offensive line is leaky, you're dropping back, your eyes drop. You're not looking at what you're supposed to because oh crap, am I going to get hit again? And even if it's just for a split second, that's all it takes to miss a read or be late on a throw or something like that. So yeah, it's human nature. You get hit 750 times in a row. The 751st time you drop back, you're going to get happy feet. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Which is a big part of what I think happened with Baker in his second season, which is that he did not feel comfortable in either tackle. And when that happened to him, it kind of, I think, put on the forefront some of the issues he already had with pocket management, and it accelerated some of the bail pocket stuff. So he has completely refocused his energy now, trusting his tackles and guard. And that's why I think we saw him uptick in performance the last 2/3 of the year, because he started to have faith in those guys again. So you guys are spot on. You can only take so many hits. You can only take so many quick pressures before you stop trusting. I'm going to keep my eyes downfield, and I'm going to worry about my health.
Wow.
It just becomes, a thing there. So what do you got?
Here we go. Well, the Vikings took Mond. The Houston Texans took Davis Mills, the quarterback out of Stanford. Now, I don't want to speculate. I have stayed out of the Deshaun Watson thing because there's so much information out there that's conflicting and weird and strange and all that kind of stuff. But what does that say? That's their first pick in the entire draft is Davis Mills. Wow.
It tells me they're expecting a suspension. That's what it tells me.
Something. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but maybe they just thought he was the best player on the board. I have no idea. But a guy you just gave, $11.7 billion to, and now you're picking with your very first pick in the entire draft, another player at his position. It's hard to see a path where that means something good.
Wow, that's crazy. I did see Cisco went while we were talking there earlier. You and I both had a crush on him. Good player. Nice pick from, I think, was that Jacksonville that picked him? Who did the Vikings pick here?
Kellen Mond.
Oh, they did. Interesting. Run on quarterbacks, which is great
for us.
I thought we were going to take Kellen Mond in the third round. Never mind. So if we're looking at,
we're getting there. We're at the far reaches of where it's starting to make sense here. This is where it's. I mean,
the Falcons are going to take Jalen Mayfield. I'm reading. So
who knows if they, if they like these guys as much as we do? I have no idea, and if this trade bait would be enough. But this is where, if you're looking at theories, this is where it starts to make sense.
Yep. You creep into the 70s. You could move up. I would have we still haven't given up a pick, guys. We haven't.
Nope.
We still have the same number of picks. So just some fun wide receiver talent there, and then you could really look at like potentially getting a fun interior player around 110. If you gave up 113, a lot of fun, man. Could get a developmental, maybe like an Ellerson Smith at pick 132, a late edge type like that.
Victor Dimukeji's still out there.
We like him a ton.
Bengals take Joseph Osai. Damn. All right.
Good pick.
Yep. Good pick for them.
Pick. Yeah, it is. It's the first thing I've thought the Bengals are really smart about there. So, good for them.
Yeah, Elijah Molden's still. We haven't mentioned him. He's on the board with Troy Hill in the fold, and JOK being is able to do as much slot stuff as he is able to do. I don't know if Molden is still within the crosshairs anymore, but I really like him as a player.
About the Tony G. My son Justin is a big Browns fan. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. My internet is terrible tonight. Tony Dungy says, when I watched Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah play for Notre Dame last year, he reminded me of a young Derek Brooks. I think he'll be a great open field defender.
Wow, that's oof. If you're old enough to remember Derek Brooks, that is high praise.
Yeah, you get these things wrong every now and again. I mean, but just to have somebody remind you, like Tony Dungy, of that player, that's pretty great stuff. I'm sorry, the internet here, AT&T is hopefully setting up the little fiber optic stuff in our neighborhood, but the Spectrum is struggling. The internet here, so if I'm laggy, I apologize. It's not my fault. Cy hurts. We definitely were interested at that player, but we never in a million years thought Joseph Asai would get to pick 89. We just 91. We never thought that would happen. So Milton Williams still on the board. Maybe they move into the late 70s, early 80s to get him. It's possible. They like him that much. If they did that, I would actually think they're watching our YouTube videos. I really think that they would have been watching, and I would expect some sort of cut of Andrew Berry's salary, just like a 0.5% or something, that we could pass out. So
I'd take tickets.
Good players.
Yeah.
I would also take tickets.
Actually, I have tickets, so it would be kind of superfluous for me. But yeah, you look at some of the other guys. De'Ami Brown still there. Jamar Johnson still there. Quinn Minor still there. Aleem McNeil, who Lane has mentioned on numerous occasions that they have done. I can't remember his exact phrasing, but basically they've done a lot of work and they really like him. He's still there. Quinn Miners, of course. Kendrick Green is another really fun player, not to mention Melifonwu, Josh Palmer, Milton Williams. It's fallen again. It's fallen great again for the third consecutive pick. This is just bananas at this point. Better give this guy a little rub. Haven't done that in a while. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Anthony Schwartz, somebody mentioned, Amari Rogers. There's goodness gracious me. There's just so many guys.
Nico Collins, yeah.
That you can make a case for.
Well, I'm going to broach a subject that will get people in the chat room probably angry at me. But
no.
As we look at a front office that's making good decisions, that's in alignment, so to speak, that uses analytics and so on and so forth. I'm remembering back to, 24 months ago, where people were making a lot of fun of analytics, making fun of the Haslams for doing what they're doing. I wrote a column earlier this week where I said, hey, I haven't picked on the Haslams that much partially because I was busy on other things, partially because they always seem to be trying hard. But don't you give the Haslams some credit for this? I mean, they've been madly pressing the reboot button, time and time again, and taking a lot of abuse for it. But they finally seem to have gotten it right, and I think that they deserve a little bit of credit for this. Jimmy and Dee deserve a little bit of credit for this, and appreciation that for all the abuse they've taken and all the horrible years that we endured under their leadership, that they seem to have finally gotten it right. And if they stay uninvolved and they just write the checks and all that sort of stuff, I see good times ahead. And sometimes good times are a reflection of your leader, of your owner. I don't know if you guys agree, disagree, or don't care.
Yeah, but, I think it took a little longer and a few more tries than we all would have, preferred. They got a ton of swings at the plate, but I think you're right. I think eventually the lesson that they learned, hopefully, was, you know what? I'm going to step back and let the front office guys do the front office stuff. I'm going to let the coaches do the football stuff. And I'm just going to write the checks and do stuff around town and be a fan who happens to sit in the nicest seats in the place. Now that's not to say that, he owns the joint. If he wants to go into a meeting and say something, nobody's going to stop him. But it does sound like he is much less hands-on than before. We could be wrong. I'm not in that building. Fred would know. He's been in that building. But it does. I think I'm with you. I think especially the winning hopefully has taught them, okay, this is it. We finally found the right way to do it, and hopefully they keep doing it.
You hope that
they're lucky Kevin Stefanski. Yeah, they're lucky Kevin Stefanski wanted to come back and interview again. He could have been really upset about that and said, I'm not going to go back and interview. But you're right. Ultimately, they reap the benefits of the decisions they make. They made the right one. Finally, they allowed themselves to find the pairing that believed in numbers the way they have believed in DePodesta, and it's working. It's working the way it should when you get alignment, right? And the less we hear from the Haslams, all the credit to them, they deserve credit for finally getting it right. The less we hear from them, the better. That means they're winning and they're not making tough personnel decisions. That's ultimately the best thing. So
I think
kudos to them.
Owners are a lot like offensive linemen. You heard Joe Thomas say this so many times. They're doing well when you never hear their name. I think it's very similar. Exactly. The Giants have taken Aaron Robinson, cornerback out of UCF.
Another guy I wasn't all too interested in. So we're still seeing a lot of positive names on the board, guys. They might.
He's outside the age guardrail. Yep.
Hey, Fred, what's up, buddy?
Hey, coming up for air.
Speaking of the legend, here he is.
Here he is.
Loosely. Just got done talking with JOK.
Oh, how'd that go?
Pretty excited. He was talking your kind of language. He said him and Woods talked before he came here that he fits it to a T what he has in mind for him. He says we're all bite, no bark, or all something like that's in my story. Yeah, we're all no bite, all bark, or all bite. No bark, all bite.
There you go.
There it is.
I don't care what you do. You can freestyle, but we're going to be aggressive and attack. So it sounds like, for those that were like, well, what are you going to do with him? That they know exactly what they're going to do with him. Now, we didn't talk to Coach. They had DePodesta, but he said that they had two guys targeted for around the 50 range. They didn't think, obviously, that they would be there. And then they got nervous and they, were trying to get up there to get him and got him at 52. But yeah, they admitted that they might have taken him if Newsome was gone last night. So
that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. They only had to move up to where they moved up to get him. But yeah, they don't take this guy like Fred. This is a great point that he made, and you're transferring to us. There's a clear plan to use him. There is no
Right.
There is no confusion about how he fits here. So people who can argue, you can argue he's going to play will linebacker. You can argue he's going to play strong safety. He's got a role, and the role that they have talked about will be there for him in both dime, base, nickel. He'll find a way onto the football field. He's one of your best 11 on defense. Might not be immediate, but it'll happen. It'll certainly happen. So I love this. Me personally, I love this type of player, the type of player that is like, I really have an affinity for watching the Tyrann Matthews of the world, the guys who can play in space and do different things, guys who can, like Harrison Smith is that type too, guys who are not pigeonholed into one thing that they can do, that you can line them up. And the Browns have never had that. I think Jabril Peppers had that to him. He never got to use it here because of how they used him. And I think he started to kind of come into his own a little bit before he was a vital asset in an Odell Beckham Jr. trade when Odell Beckham was at pretty peak value. So you can't forget that he was a big part of that deal that pushed Odell to Cleveland. So all I'm saying is I think that this is a type of player that Cleveland fans have never seen on their defense. And that, to me, you watched the Steelers. I'm not saying he's Troy Polamalu, but you watch the Steelers have that type of dynamic defender who can just line up anywhere. And where is that guy lined up? I got to find him. You watch the Ravens have those types of dynamic defenders all over the field. And I'm not saying he's going to be as good as those guys. What I'm really trying to say is that gadget player who can fill a role and do a bunch of different things is truly something that we haven't seen here. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun to see that guy. So I'm excited for him, excited for Joe Woods Joe Woods, man, the ultimate reversal of personnel. I think he was probably uber frustrated so often last year, and he gets such great personnel and influx of talent that I'm really pumped about. So I'm great. I'm really excited to read your story, Fred, and the quotes that JOK provided. We're going to put up a guy real quick, Joseph Asai, who we were very into as we've gone through this process here. But he goes to Cincinnati, and I kind of hate that he goes to Cincinnati, but it is what it is. The Bengals made a good pick there. He's a fun player, right?
Yeah.
Can I say something else about, whenever you get done with him? I'll go back.
Oh, yeah, no. Talk about JOK now. I'm sorry. I thought we were done with that. My bad.
Well, I just, they only had so much time, and I was the last one they cut off the questions, and nobody asked him, so I didn't get my question. So if you read the transcript, you won't see this. I wanted to ask him if he was ever asked to spy on a quarterback and mirror, because of Lamar Jackson, but we had to give a certain person two opportunities to ask questions. And that was a little frustrating. But yeah, I got shut out there tonight. But as far as that to me, I wanted to see, and I'm sure we'll get another chance to talk to him, but it's like, wow, did you talk about Lamar Jackson? That to me would be a prime place for him.
Yeah, we'll have to get that question answered for sure.
Anyway, that's pretty much, I got in there. I got some videos and quotes of stories up there to read. Great graphics by you guys. So, yeah, Seth.
Absolutely. Yeah. And real quick, not to change the subject, the Lions took Aleem McNeil off the board from us at pick 72.
Doubling up on DT, which is not a bad idea because their roster's in shambles.
Right.
So not a bad. That does suck because we were interested in him. I thought there was potential he could fall to 91, but what does he go? Pick 71 there? Is that the next pick, Giants?
72, yeah.
Who did the Giants take? Do we know? You guys probably know.
Giants took yes, I do know who they took. Where did it go? Panthers traded up and took Brady Christensen. The Giants, where did it go? God, I just had it.
Somebody in the comments is going to get to it before you do.
Probably. Giants took Aaron Robinson, cornerback from UCF.
That's right. You talked about that. Yeah, so Aleem does stink that he is gone. It is a big bummer there. We will see him this year because the Browns play the Lions. I want to talk a little more about Joseph Asai because he is now in the division and a player that we will have to recognize for the next 4 years at a minimum. Dane Brugler gives him this rating, the 8th ranked edge prospect, according to Dane. He is out in front of Peyton Turner, who went pick 28 to New Orleans in the first round. He says overall, Asai is a linear athlete, who I should mention too. He moved from outside linebacker up to a hand in the dirt defensive end. He said he lacks fluidity in rush or redirect, but his foot is always on the gas with compete skills and locked in effort that masks some of his issues. He projects as a 3-4 edge. I think he can be a 4-3 edge. He's just turned 21 on the 12th of April, so he's still young, still a young player. So there goes Milton Williams to pick 73, apparently. Damn. Well,
All right.
Did we say he was pick 75 range, Steve? We did say that.
That's what we said, right around 75-ish. That's what where we've had him for a few weeks.
You still have Florida left?
I'm sorry, say that again, Fred?
You still have the top ones available?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Falling down, huh?
Yeah.
I missed when I was writing. Did all the wide receivers go? Or
not all of them. De'Ami Brown is still out there. I'm sure Ian can probably put that back up for us, the updated version right now.
He's probably gonna make some tweaks to that one.
Yeah, let's see. De'Ami Brown. Let's see. Let's go over to PFF's best available. De'Ami Brown, Josh Palmer, Kay Johnson. Jalen Darden is a guy that Lane has said that they have been interested in. I'm actually surprised Amon-Ra St. Brown hasn't gone to this point. I like a lot of stuff that he did, and we know the Browns have been connected to Nico Collins on and off for like a year now. So, yeah, there's still some wide receivers out there. Then you throw in, Amir Smith-Marset and Anthony Schwartz, and there's some other guys further down the board.
Let's talk about interior guys while we have a second, kind of talking about guys that we think will be there. I know you and I are crazy about the interior USC defenders. So guys who are still available along the interior, the first ranked player, Christian Barmore, is gone from Dane's guide. Levi Nwuzurike is gone to Detroit. The number 2 guy, the number 3 guy ahead of 4th ranked Milton Williams, number 3 and 5 from USC, Marlon Tuipulotu and Jay Tufele are both still there. Ali McNeil, the 7th ranked player, he goes to Detroit. The 6th ranked player from Iowa, Davion Nixon, is still there.
Tommy Togiai is still there.
The 8th ranked player, Tommy Togiai, and you're going to mention a guy I know who you're going to mention. Mention him.
There's another guy that is further down most of the boards, but PFF absolutely loves him. He fits a lot of Browns guardrail. Young, athletic, destructive. Bobby Brown 3 from Texas A&M. I would not be surprised if they kept up these next 3 picks, and who knows if they will or not, if he was one of those, because he's a guy. He's only 20, if I'm not mistaken. Super bursty, athletic as hell. Obviously, at that age, he's inconsistent and raw. There's things that he needs to improve on, but all the tools are there for Bobby Brown, and he fits all of their guardrails. As far as I know, a clean medical history. That's a guy that not a lot of Browns fans have mentioned, myself included, until the last couple of weeks. But you're looking at all their metrics, and we're starting to get into a range where those things take on even more importance. He's a guy, along with all those ones you mentioned, I think Tufele is being slept on as far as the interior part defensive line class. He's another one to keep in mind as we come up on pick 89 here.
Let's talk about edges too. We saw Azeez Ojulari, Dane's top-ranked edge, go recently. We're going to talk about the top board in front of us here momentarily too. Guys who are in his top 10 who are still available. The only guy left is Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma, still on the board. He did not test very well, Ronnie Perkins, but he produced like crazy, and he plays violently and he plays quickly. But does that translate? So other guys who are still available, Deo is the first guy outside his top 10 pick, the Vanderbilt prospect. Rashad Weaver from Pittsburgh. That's what I say. He's the only one outside the top 10 selected.
Okay.
Rashad Weaver from Pitt, Quincy Roche from Miami, Patrick Jones II from Pitt. Are guys who still go. I think Patrick Jones is too old though. He's in the 23 range. He's kind of hovering. It's Rashad Weaver. Rashad Weaver's 23 and a half, so he's probably out. Guy who we talked about if they bent the guardrails, Chauncey Golston from Iowa is an interesting guy. Then Cam Sample from Tulane, who's just 21 and some changes, also interesting. So it's thin at edge, Steve. It's thin at edge.
It is. Victor Dimukeje, but he's more of a day 3 guy. He fits a lot of their guardrails. And just something to note, it could mean nothing it could mean something. But the Browns, official Browns account tweeted out something earlier today. I think it was 10 guys to maybe keep an eye on, or some, I forget how they phrased it. And the cover photo they chose was Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. We haven't talked about him a lot, but like you said, there's a lot of the guardrail. He doesn't fit them all, but he fits a lot of the guardrails. So just something to note that might mean something. It could have been just the closest picture they had when they were putting together that tweet. So I don't know, just something to note.
So guys who are talking about Barry, I mean, like, I think we really start to get into trade range around 75 to 80 if they want to move up for somebody. They're not going to move up like crazy. We heard them talk, DePodesta talk about being in the 50 range and moving up. They were okay with moving up the number of picks they did. When we get about, and is that Philly that selected Milton Williams? That's a good pick by Philly. We start looking at that 75 to 80 range. They could come up. They could maybe give up 113 or something. They're still. I'm not eliminating them moving up again at all. And and Perkins is in play. Looking at the board in front of us, a bunch of good players there, guys. I mean, wide receiver Diami Brown is a ton of fun. I don't know that he will last 17, 18 more picks. They'd have to move for him. Nico Collins is fun. Tylan Wallace, who I equate to a better athlete. Rashard Higgins is still available. I like him a good amount. Kendrick Green, the offensive lineman, Quinn Miners, both interior offensive linemen who have fun tape, I think, projection into this zone scheme. Hunter Long, if they're looking at the long game at that's ironic. If they're looking at kind of the big picture at tight end, he is a very good prospect out of Boston College. If they're kind of looking to add another one for the future, Elijah Molden. Some people have had Elijah Molden as a top 5 corner in this class. A little shorter arms, a little smaller features, so he might be an inside corner, but a flexible player that could be fun. Ifeatu Melifonwu is another guy who we like a good amount as an outside corner, 6'2" and change, big guy, weighs over 200. And then Jamar Johnson down there at the bottom, the Indiana safety, a ton of flexibility if you want to add to that room. I don't think he lasts outside the top 100, so he would be a good fit. So I know some names have gone off the board between McNeil and Williams and Asai, but there's still a good set of names there, and we have more people to even add to our top 10 target list. So, I think there's still a lot to be excited about. Fred, Barry, you guys have anybody on that list that is of particular interest to you when you look at it?
Well, I just know, I think Lane noted today in Rumor Central that Nixon, he mentioned him as somebody an interest for interior among the guy Williams who was taken, but of the ones left, and McNeil, I think Nixon is still there, interior. But yeah, I mean, you're getting in there. You got to I still am a little nervous. You got to have some interior defensive linemen. I thought they would get, one or two of those guys there, but they've added now, think of this, 6 unrestricted free agents on defense, 2 top 2 draft picks, and then the 3 guys that didn't play last year. So you really have 11 starter caliber guys returning to your defense this year that you didn't have last year, and that's not counting Ward and Garrett. So you got 13 guys now on defense, at least to choose 11 or to shuffle in and out. And that's not counting the interior defensive linemen who you think they'll add somebody.
Yeah, the list there. Go ahead, Barry, go ahead.
No, obviously you spend a lot of time and effort on the defense, but things are changing on offense too. And you're going to have to get ready for that. You're going to have to adapt to it. You've got Wyatt Teller coming up, who's going to need a long-term contract. You've got David Njoku, who's potentially going to leave. You got Treader, who you may want to jettison after next year. At what point do you start making some moves on the offensive side of the ball? And I really think the team's strategy around what they're going to do with Teller and what they're going to do financially with respect to that offensive line might make them get very aggressive for some of these offensive linemen sooner than we might have otherwise thought. And again, they're thinking 2022. They're not thinking 2021. But if you're not sure what you're going to be doing at right guard over the next couple of years, or if Drew Forbes is the answer or what have you, you might be very tempted to move in that direction.
Yeah, I think so. I think the interior of the defensive line right now, you got Andrew Billings, you got Malik Jackson, excuse me, and you have Jordan Elliott. You know you're going to have Clowney playing in there some. You know you're going to have Miles playing in there some in the NASCAR packages and that kind of stuff. So they definitely need to add at least another body, at least somebody. Now, whether that's here in the draft or like we said earlier, there's still guys out there, to be signed. Someone will be released during camp or traded during camp, all that kind of stuff. So if they don't get one today or, today or tomorrow, it's not the end of the world. I think I'm with you, Fred. We all expect them to do it at some point. But if they don't, I trust that they have a plan. It's because they know they've got to deal with so-and-so. I mean, Sheldon could still come back on a different contract. We don't know, they didn't shoot
this
that
is not
down.
the end of their roster.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's not the end of their roster right now. So I think that I will say this, guys. Steve, I think you probably agree with me that of the positions of interest left, interior has a ton of fun names. I think it has the most punch to pack here. I think the Cowboys here are taking Osa.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's a tough one. I should know how to
Osa.
pronounce it. Maybe he's got it. We're just going to say Osa and then try to deal with his last name later. There's a bit of a surprise going before some of the names in front of him. Odigizua. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Here's if you're thinking about trade framework, one just happened. The Saints traded 98 and 105 to move up to 76. So to get from with 89 and 110 or 113 or whatever it is that they have, they're well within range now. If they decide they do that, the Saints just traded with the Broncos to get on the board at 76.
they just took a Debo.
We've
they
got
took a Debo.
we've got the framework for a trade. I don't like that they took a Debo and sniped him from us, but at least we have a framework for a trade. Alfonso's still there. I never thought he would be in range at 89. To be honest, I would love to get that guy.
Yeah, that's Melifanu would be fun. The wide receiver. I mean, if Miami's sitting there, it's hard to turn him down.
It is.
But like what I was saying is, edge is the thinnest of the group left. That I think that they could get somebody later and feel just as good about somebody they get now. Interior, it's a fun spot in my opinion. If you have a defensive tackle, you like to get one in that spot. I think they're picking 91. Did they give up? They gave up 89, right? I think
Yes.
they gave up 89 to move.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
I've been saying 91. Okay.
One thing that with the edge, Jared, I think mentioned earlier, but I've mentioned it throughout. They have Curtis Weaver kind of hidden there.
Yeah,
And he's somebody they liked last year and were considering in the 4th round, or he went in the 5th round to the Dolphins. And the Dolphins tried to stash him with a little toe injury, and the Browns claimed him and spent the whole year on injury reserve just stashing him for this year.
Right.
So I heard he transformed his body, according to Barry. And one of the things that the knocks was his strength and some of that. And so they seem to think they've addressed that. So they may have a little more depth there than you think.
Right.
Maybe that's why, they backed off in the free agency, going all in on the bigger names.
Yeah, we've Jake and I have talked about that a few times. He's a total wild card for guys like us out here outside the building. They know more than we do, obviously, but he could be literally anywhere from he could come out and be their number 2 edge and blast with 11 sacks and just be a total dynamo, or he could be their 5th guy, barely hang on to a roster spot. They could cut him in the 3rd week of camp and anything in between. We literally have no clue what to make of him. I mean, we're hoping for the best, and with the roster that they have and the signings they did make, he really only needs to be edge 3 or edge 4. And I think it's probably reasonable to expect that he could have a good chance to do that. I mean, they really liked him, and they sniped him out from under the Dolphins, which probably really pissed him off. So yeah, you're absolutely right. They may be thinking to themselves, you know what? We like Curtis Weaver more than, pick whoever the name is left on the board at edge. So we're good. We're going to go someplace else. We don't know.
Yeah, I definitely think that, in my opinion, with Weaver and Porter Gustin and Joe Jackson fighting for the 4th edge role, which is it's not a huge role for them. It's just not going to be a ton of snaps. They'll get some, but it's not going to make or break their season. I would definitely, in my opinion, be looking at one of your later picks where you can potentially take and develop a Cam Sample, an Ellerson Smith, something like that, because
Darius
that's a
Robinson.
position you're best set at. Wide receiver, you want a guy. And listen, I would have been fine if they had taken an edge earlier because the value was right, but I don't want to force something there when they have a position I think for the most part is fine this year. They can develop a player. Yeah, Janarius Robinson, just guys like that later on. Defensive tackle, I think, could use a little bit more interest right now because it's a mixture of needing a guy there. I'm not sold on Jordan Elliott whatsoever. You need a guy there, and it's the right mixture of a player. The corner position has a ton of other great options. Melifonwu, Molden, among others. I think they need another safety, and I think the wide receiver group is right. So in my opinion, this pick comes down to defensive tackle, wide receiver, or corner. That's the three that I'm most specifically looking at because it's a nice mixture of they need those positions and the players on the board are pretty good value around pick 91. And we'll see if they move up. Josh Palmer, it looks like, goes at 77 here. So that's okay. I like Josh Palmer, but I wasn't crazy about him. I would rather have Diami Brown. I don't know why Brown is sliding. I will share this tweet that we were sent in a DM from Evan Silva, who's pretty connected in the league. Evan Silva, if you don't follow him. Daniel Jeremiah, he's just telling you what Daniel Jeremiah said. We all know Daniel Jeremiah is very connected in the league. On NFL Network, Jared sent us over this tweet saying that everyone in the league expects Deshaun Watson to play his final snap with the Texans. So The Davis Mills pick is pretty serious. There might be some serious things happening behind the scenes with Deshaun Watson between, the league suspended Ezekiel Elliott and others on no criminal charges. So I know no criminal charges have been brought against Deshaun, and that whole thing is going to play out, and I'm not even touching it. But what I will say is that, there's definitely going to be the idea that he could be suspended for a while. So the Davis Mills pick is prudent. Like you said, Steve, it's the first pick that they made in this entire draft. So,
yeah, and not to jump topics, but to go back to what you were talking about before, as far as the corner and the safety, let's not forget much further down the board, at least the media boards, they showed, according to Lane, serious interest in guys like Derek Forrest, the incredibly athletic safety from Cincinnati, and Darren Hall, the incredibly athletic and super young cornerback / safety guy from San Diego State. So if you think those guys are going to be around with your 110, your 113, your 132 picks, maybe that pushes 89 to more towards, Diami Brown or somebody like, or Quinn Miners is still on the board, which is kind of amazing to me, to be perfectly honest. Kendrick Green would also be fun, talking about interior offensive linemen. So yeah, it's interesting to hear those kind of things. Daniel Jeremiah thinks that who would have thought that 3 weeks ago that Deshaun Watson is not going to take any more snaps from the Houston Texans. That's just wow. I don't even know what to say. That's fantastic, or not, that's unbelievable. Sorry, it's not fantastic.
Where they at 70? So they're about 12, 13, 14 picks away.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely in range. If there's a guy that they love, the price is now right, like we've been saying. It's just a question of, do they love any of these guys or somebody not on our board, Well, I mean, and there's also the question, people always ask, oh, why didn't they trade? Why didn't they trade? Why didn't they trade? Well, it takes two to tango. They may be trying to trade right now, and, the Vikings just took Chaz Surratt. Maybe the Raiders here with back-to-back picks are like, no, we don't want to trade. I mean, it takes two teams to make a trade, so.
Well, and that's what Dee Podesta said, that, in analytics, everybody kind of says the Browns wouldn't trade up. And he said, we just did, so we're open to anything, because they were talking about analytics and how they look at this guy, his position. And so it was kind of interesting there that he pointed out that, that they are willing to make the trade and go up, and they did. So they didn't make the big move like we thought they might last night, but I don't think you can argue. You got 2 first-round talents, according to Dane Brugler, and at 52. So at that rate, they should be picking again about at 78, but they didn't. 26, 52, 78, if my math's right.
Yep. I was muted. Of course, I'm really bad with that. Diami Brown is the 9th ranked receiver in Dane's guide, behind the likes of Rashad Bateman, Elijah Moore, Terrace Marshall, Rondale Moore, and then Diami at 9, ahead of Amari Rogers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Tylan Wallace, and Nico Collins. He's right at number 9. If this is the guy that maybe we're all very interested in, we don't know how interested the Browns are at wide receiver, but how about this one? Brown isn't as reliable yet as Stephon Diggs, but he has similar size, speed, and fluid adjustment skills. He projects as a starting level NFL wide receiver with a big play ability to rack up touchdowns.
I mean, I've been a Diami fan since the beginning of the season. You know, he was in the weekly mock drafts during the early part of the season last year, even long before the draft cycle started. He has some history with concentration drops, obviously, and there are questions about his ability in contested catch situations. He has sometimes he'll get a little lax with his body positioning, and he'll let the defensive backs get their hands in places that they shouldn't really be allowed to get. But that's something that he can work on. That's something, and he did improve the drops this past year. So, outside of that, I would love. I mean, geez, Diami Brown at this spot, I in a heartbeat, I would take him. And then, of course, Anthony Schwartz, the guy we've all been talking about as late day 2, early day 3, who, I mean, you could put him in there and just do like the old Bill Cosby routine. He's that guy in your neighborhood football team where every play, hey, you go long, just go long every single play, because he's going to drag at least 1, probably 2 guys with him because he's that freaking fast, which opens up everything underneath. So, yeah, they've got options at wide receiver. Diami Brown, though, is if he's around at 89 and they don't have to move up for him, I'm going to be pretty freaking excited for him to be the pick.
Is
I'm
there
quite
any
optimistic. Go ahead, Fred.
I was just, it's out of the box. Is there any tight ends that, like the Harrison Bryant type guys that aren't getting looked at, that are sitting around, as we go down? Because I could see if they have another one of them, they feel like, wow, this guy's too good to pass up. Then they move on from Njoku.
Malcolm Kuntz, that's really early from Kuntz.
So early from Kuntz. Yeah, Hunter Long's the guy we mentioned. I mean, Hunter Long is a ton of fun. Boston College, pretty similar to look at the graphics on Q. God, this is an on-point broadcast, folks. Pretty similar to Harrison Bryant in a lot of respects, and could be a very solid fit in a scheme where he has to block, but also can get out and catch the football in space. Tommy Tremble, young tight end. Notre Dame is a lot of fun.
Brevin Jordan's still around.
Brevin Jordan's still around. Brevin Jordan's stock has taken a hit for the testing, and I don't think that's totally – I think he's a better player than the testing showed. So, ton of tight end talent still there.
Further down the board, there's a couple of guys, because we've been saying similar things the past couple of months, Fred. We don't know what David Njoku's future is. We don't yet know what Harrison Bryant is in the league. Yep. Austin Hooper, his contract is, next year, I think. After next year, it can be moved if he doesn't bounce back and all that kind of stuff. So there's a couple of guys further down the board that I've been interested in. Trey McKitty, who was at Florida State and transferred to Georgia this past year, and Quentin Morris, the local guy out of Bowling Green, I think is very interesting. More developmental for Quentin Morris, but Trey McKitty, he's got 11-inch hands, and he's got like an 80-something inch wingspan. He's not, he's not the Kyle Pitts athletic or anything like that, obviously, or he wouldn't be talking about him as a third-day pick. But I think he fits a lot of the things that Kevin Stefanski likes to do with his tight ends in this offense. So if you get further down the board and he's still around, Fred, I think you're right on. I think that could be another position where they're getting out ahead of the curve a year early rather than a year late, like we've been talking about with this front office.
Steve, I can't believe they drafted Malcolm Kuntz there. Go ahead, Fred. We'll talk with Kuntz in a second.
Well, I was just saying the quarterback, I guess during the interview, there was a run on quarterbacks. I thought maybe they would look at I don't know if anybody's left that would be worthy of a developmental third quarterback, so they could move on from Keenum maybe after this year.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we wrote up some guys, but we kind of looked later. I'll have to look at the list. Maybe off the top of my, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head because all those kind of middle tier guys have gone. I thought the kid from Air Force, Donald Hammond, was a ton of fun as an UDFA guy coming out of a play action based system with a live arm. Someone John Hart just mentioned Zach Davidson, the tight end. That's Steve's the guy that he turned me on to. We like him a lot. Malcolm Kunze, who goes to the Raiders at what, pick 79?
Fun player. I just think it's early.
He's going to be 23. He's going to be a little on the old side. He's a 7th round grade he's the 33rd overall defensive end in Dane's guide. That's just, I know you get your guys, you get your fits or whatever, but the past 3 years with Mayock and Gruden, it's no secret that the Raiders have just overdrafted. They've just overdrafted people continually. So I don't really know how this doesn't prove anything other than that. So,
well, that is what you were talking about, Barry. When guys think they're the smartest guy in the room, that smartest guy in the room syndrome, it seems to be what's going on out there, which is the exact opposite of analytics. It's a perfect example of what we were talking about 30, 40 minutes ago, whenever that was. Yeah.
It strikes me as a disagreement in there and somebody's pounding the table and they just pick the guy who's, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like the Browns are so often in harmonious agreement on numbers, what the data tells you about a player and mitigating the risk and ranges. I just feel like they're in really good harmony on that kind of stuff. Well, I feel like picks like that or picks like Chad Thomas, when the Browns pick Chad Thomas, are the types of picks where you got a guy maybe sitting around the table saying, I believe in this guy, we should take him. And there were probably disagreements going on there. So, or maybe
Mayock knows he's fired and he wants to go out with a Viking funeral or something. He's like, hell, I'm burning this place down before I get out of here.
For sure. I just passing on Ronnie Perkins for Malcolm Kunze is just it's a big surprise. It's a really big surprise at that point. But I'm for it because it's right in front of us. Even if Ronnie Perkins tested poorly, he produced like crazy. He produced like crazy. I would, I watch the tape sometimes with these guys, man. I get it, but even if his ceiling is, I don't know. We'll see if it works out ultimately. But some of their stuff has been interesting to say the least. So
yeah, I mean, again, like I keep saying, there's a reason those guys are in NFL offices, and I'm, wearing a Hawaiian shirt on my couch. So, whatever, we'll see what happens. Ultimately,
we will put up our
games.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
We'll put up our top 10 board here in just a minute. We got some guys on there. Diami Brown still sitting there. Hey, listen, I know you like him a lot. Mike's getting on me about Kunze. I know he loves him. He might be that good. You can ultimately laugh at me when that comes to fruition. He might be that good. We can, I think we can soon here check in with Jared. I don't know if Jared's around or looks like he's off.
Well, what's the ice cream schedule?
Yeah, we need to know.
Hey, so
we'll check in with him.
I got a question from the back end here, and while the Raiders are making mistakes, I would like to know. So a story here. I find pictures of all these players. Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater, the only picture I could find of him was his guts hanging out and he's just absolutely mauling somebody. And so I ended up you see a guy from Wisconsin Whitewater dominating, you think, okay, what's this guy's deal? And let me read off the list of weaknesses on NFL.com. Needs to improve footwork, a little too much forward lean, can improve bringing feet with him in settle steps, level of speed and competition could create adjustment, average to getting to proper landmarks on the second level, and plays power game, but will need to add a level of finesse and patience. Those are the weaknesses. Are any of those weaknesses something that Bill Callahan couldn't fix? I mean, just looking at this guy, he jumps out at me. It's like,
oh, he's a stud.
If the Browns want to, get insurance for Teller, maybe Conklin or Bitonio get up there in age and start to come down. I mean, this guy looks like a home run.
Yeah, him and Kendrick Green from Illinois. Although Quinn Miners has him on the midriff shirt game by about 10 rounds. He's great at the gut hanging out shirt thing. But yeah, he went to. Go watch what he did in the Senior Bowl. I mean, his Wisconsin Whitewater highlights are a joke because he just so far outclasses the guys. He's just so much better. He's like a senior in high school playing in middle school. But then he goes to the middle school. He goes to the Senior Bowl and does the same thing against, arguably some of the top talent. I mean, he was just ragdolling people. So that's when he got everybody's attention. I'm actually very surprised that he's still on the board if we're going to be Divine Diablo off the board. Raiders make a good pick there. But yeah, if they're looking interior offensive line, and Lane has said a few times the last couple of weeks that it's higher on the board than we had been talking about over the past few months. There's two guys right now at 89 that I'd be thrilled with, Miners and Kendrick Green, because Kendrick Green's a mauler too.
I think I see Miami's taking Hunter Long too in the next pick, is what I'm seeing as well. So there goes a tight end. Yeah, there's a lot of wide receivers and interior guys. That's where my mind is. Oh, look at that pick though. You love to see it. Yeah, a lot of wide receivers and interior defensive linemen, which is a nice mesh. And Melifonwu sitting there at pick 91 would be crazy value. Crazy value. I had seen Melifonwu mocked into the first round by some folks. It would be astonishing value getting him there. So we will see how hungry they are for one of those top players. We'll have our top 10 board up again momentarily. A couple guys here on that list are going to be off. Wyatt Davis being around this late's a bit of a surprise. Thought he would go by now. But he is not. He's still on the board. So yeah, listen. Did he go already? I have not seen Wyatt Davis. Ben Cleveland, I know, is still out there.
I thought he did. Hang on, let me see if I can scroll back here. I thought Wyatt Davis went.
We have over 800 people still with us, which is.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Josh Myers that went. My mistake.
Yeah, Josh Myers. Yeah. Yeah, 815 of you guys are with us. So a lot of fun.
That's amazing.
This was something that we were nervous about doing this because we didn't think anybody would care about it, because it's just some guys hanging out talking football. But this is a lot of fun. You guys have had great comments running the whole time, great conversations on the side that you guys. This is a place for Browns fans to hang out while getting a particular spin on what it means to the Browns. So we will make this a tradition. As long as we can and do this as often as possible because you guys seem to really, really love it. So, let's see. Do we know Washington's pick or do we not know that yet?
I haven't seen it. If they've made it, I have not seen it cross. They still look to be on the clock.
Okay.
Yeah, we are 7 picks away. I mean... You could probably move up with that 257 at this point. I mean, it's just bananas. It's just bananas how well it's falling for them. So we're 7
logical guys, both times. It's like, wow, people you'd think they would take.
Exactly. So 7 picks away. I know we've got our top 10 board. But just looking off PFF's best available, which I know isn't,
Well, there goes Diami. Yep.
Farts. Okay, Elijah Molden, Ronnie Perkins, Jabril Cox is still there. Do they, at some point in the draft, loosen the guardrails, and where does it happen? Well, now with JOK in the fold, I don't know if Jabril Cox is even remotely on their radar anymore. But it's something to ask, and Lane said they really did like the way he fit in with their defense. Jamar Johnson's still on the board. The 2 interior offensive linemen we just talked about, Quinn Miners and Kendrick Green. Wyatt Davis is still on the board. Melifonwu, Thomas Graham, who is a PFF darling, and they probably like more than the rest of the league. Bobby Brown, who we talked about before, the 2 USC interior. All the interior defensive line guys are still there. I unless they have one ranked significantly ahead of the rest, and they might, we're at a point now where no, just sit because we know one of these guys is going to fall to you.
And if you want to double up picks 100 and 113 to move 110 and 113 to move up to the 90s, you could, you probably wouldn't even need to double those up. You could do 169 and move up or something like that.
Right.
Jamar Johnson's still here, I believe. That Washington wide receiver room is interesting now, man. Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin, and now you add Diami to that mixture, man. They're gonna be interesting. I like Nico Collins in this area a ton. I see him as a better version of DPJ, and we saw what DPJ could be. And what did Andy say now?
I think that could be interesting because I believe Michigan didn't have a quarterback consistently that can get them guys the ball, and they were top ranked wide receivers coming out of high school. I mean, DBJ, I know Urban wanted him bad, and I think Collins is similar, and he might even be better. And you didn't have a quarterback and get you the ball, you'd say, well, they don't have any, they're not that good at receivers. Well, if you don't get the ball, the quarterback can't get it to you. So, yeah, I think they might go back to that well somewhere in there.
Yeah, and he was in. There was an article about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago now. I don't know. The last couple of weeks have blended together about wide receivers who suffered from bad and inconsistent quarterback play in college, but showed flashes and tested and all that kind of stuff. And he was one of them, along with Josh Palmer, who already went. Amir Smith-Marset, who's been one of my day 3 darlings, he was in there as well. There's a lot of guys in the wide receiver bucket that fall into that same category where, much like DPJ, he was open a lot, but then he was open by 3 steps, but he had to slow up because the ball was so poorly underthrown. He was open and it got thrown behind him, and it allowed the corner to come in and get his hands in there. All kinds of weird stuff with receivers, because it takes everybody else doing their job for them to really be able to shine. So yeah, you're getting into the range where the testing and traits start to weigh a little bit more heavily and not so much the production, because you're almost at pick 100. There's still good football players out there, but if they had all of it, if they had the testing and the traits and the production and all that kind of stuff, they'd be gone by now. There's a reason these guys are still here close to pick 100. So you start to look at traits that you think you can develop. Wow, where did we lose Jake? When we lost Jake, apparently. All right. Diami, somebody asked where Diami is not on the list anymore. It's because he was just picked. Washington just picked him. He's no longer on the board right now. On the clock, who's on the clock right now? Who's after them? We've got the Panthers are on the clock again at 83. We are 7 picks away. 8 picks away right now, and there's still a lot of guys. You look at that top 10 list right there. I mean, we thought Melifonwu would be gone before 59 if they really wanted him. We thought Miners would be gone before 59 if they wanted him. Tufele is a guy I've been saying for a while. I think he's being slept on. Much like Joe Tryon, who got a lot of late run and ended up going in the first round. Last summer, he was projected to be a potential top a day 1 pick because of the promise that he had shown, but then he opted out. Tufele is the same way. Tufele was being talked about as a potential day 1 pick last summer, and then he opted out. What does that do to his stock? Well, apparently it makes him, drop 70 something slots. So, yeah, but if you watch his film and saw his testing and everything, all of that, the hops and everything, and the burst and all that stuff, it's still there. So I think Tufele could be a sneaky pick here.
Yeah, and I think the reality is with the guys that opted out, it's all about, if you're really good, you're not going to get affected too much. But if you were late first, you're dropping 70 picks, right? It's such an interesting thing in the NFL when they don't have enough data, don't have enough information, don't have enough film, all of that kind of stuff.
There goes one of the tight ends we were talking about. The Panthers have taken Tommy Tremble out of Notre Dame. So that's one of those potential tight ends we were talking about, Fred, that is now off the board. But I don't know that they were going to go here anyway. So in reality, that's probably a good pick for us. I don't know that they were going to go tight end this early. So another position that we don't really care about going in front of us, 7 picks away from being able to get a guy without trading up. And I just got a text from Jake. I assume Porter has called him away. Porter has made a demand, and anyone who's ever been around a toddler knows toddler versus NFL draft, toddler wins. So
absolutely. And I think, you guys talked about tight end, which is great. I think, again, you're just talking about so many roster limitations, with everybody they have. They have, Njoku, they have Bryant, they have Hooper. They have a place for, Steven Carlson or a replacement, but even the wide receiver room, the offensive line is stacked with numbers. There's just not a lot of spaces still on the roster. So I'm really intrigued by how that works. But the same thing's true on defense. Fred talked about the 11 or 13 players either coming back or that have been added, that this roster starts to be pretty full, right? It starts to be like, do you need those extra picks? Do you want to start to push back into that stronger draft in 2022? I know fans don't like that. We don't like delayed gratification, but the roster is starting to kind of get full at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the counter to that would be, like they said a couple of weeks ago, we want to encourage competition, and the more, it's never bad to have two. If you're cutting good players because you don't have room for them on the 53, those are rich people problems, man. Those are good problems to have. And one of their other guardrails, if you think back to that picture that Seth made that great graphic for of the Browns draft guardrails, is churn the bottom of the roster. And that's where these day 3 rookies come in. Those are the guys hungry. They think they're underappreciated, but maybe they're smaller school guys, but they're really athletic. And they come in and they know if they can just bust their ass on special teams, they can earn an NFL level paycheck for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, rather than going to work for a real job. So, you get tons of effort out of those kind of guys at dirt cheap prices. And so that's one of the things we need to look for here too.
Absolutely. And we tend to forget, except for the 1 year in Freddie Kitchens, we kind of forget about special teams often. We kind of are like, oh yeah, special teams. But as the team gets good, they need some players that are able to be on special teams. So in the 4th round, when they have 3 picks right now, those players may be key special teams guys. And, Ken Nico Collins or a Daz Newsome, or obviously Donemy Brown's gone now. How does special teams start to play a role in how they make these picks in the very near future?
While we were talking, the Cowboys took Chauncey Golston, edge rusher from Iowa. I think that's high for him. It's based on all the boards that we've seen. Fine player. I like him. If I recall right, he's outside the age guardrail, so we didn't do a lot of research on him. But the Cowboys have addressed their desperate need, at least they think they have, for some pass rush on the edge there at 84. Packers are on the clock. They've made a trade with Tennessee to move up, so we are 6 picks away now.
So would the Packers be looking at a wide receiver here, you think?
I don't think they believe in that, do they? They're not going to take care of Aaron Rodgers. They got him Josh Myers from Miamisburg, Ohio, my hometown now, no longer Sandusky. I don't think they believe in wide receiver for him, pal.
Yeah, that would mean that they like him.
They just took one, according to the chat room. They took Amari Rodgers, wide receiver.
Okay, that's a good pick. Yeah, if Aaron sticks around, he will like him. He fits well with some of the throws that Aaron is really well. What throws isn't he good at? But he loves those slant, quick hitter type things, and Amari's really good at the rack stuff. So yeah, that's a good pick for them. I like Amari Rodgers, and it doesn't affect us because I don't think he was on our board. So keep it going, man. We're coming up on some stuff here. Have you heard anything there in the media room, Jared, that is maybe scoopish?
Not really. There's not enough people here for scoopage to happen. I did have the chocolate ice cream cone. I did go with the sundae cone. That was along with cheese pizza for dinner. So as you guys looked at, the top 10 was just up. Is there a guy that in the next few picks you would hate to see go? I think it becomes really interesting. This is the first of their 3 picks where I felt like, there's only a couple left that I really would like, which is a little different. We've been spoiled for the first 2 picks. Now I only feel like there's a couple left. Melifonwu would be one of those. We're getting not too far away from the Hufanga type of pick with the secondary. So anybody on that list that's kind of right now, Steven, I know you've been dealing with this for a while. Is there that guy? Is he on there for you that you want?
I love Melifonwu. I've made no secret that I love Fatu Melifonwu, and I really, really wanted them to double up on corner with their top 100 picks. I have said that I don't know how many times. So I would love that, especially now that De'Ami Brown is gone. But I'm really thinking Quinn Miners might end up being the guy here based on what Lane gave us over the last few weeks. Apparently they did. I can't remember his exact phrasing, but it was something along the lines of more than the normal amount of work on Quinn Myers. Something in that world is what he said. And, nobody knows better than Lane. So, and that was at 59. He was referencing making that pick for Quinn Miners at 59. So here at 91, boy, I don't know how they pass on him. even though it's not an immediate position of need and all that kind of stuff. If they like him that much, if they liked him top 50 on their particular board and he's around here, that's just ridiculous value for them to get.
And that's what good teams do, right? Good teams are drafting year and two ahead.
Right.
And we're not used to that, right? We're used to Browns need starters in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round.
Right.
Right now, at the 3rd round, they're thinking year or two ahead. And that's what the Steelers, Ravens, Patriots, and every other good team has done. And it's something to get used to, because I don't really love that feel, right? Like, I'm looking at Melifonwu, I'm looking at Nico Collins, Tufele. Like, there are some guys on this board, even when you talk about Schwartz at some point in time with his speed, that I want somebody who's going to produce right away. But that's not how good teams always act. And so there's even a part of us that have to start to get used to that, which is weird.
Yeah, and I think Jake was talking about it before Porter rang his daddy demanding bell, that the interior defensive line group at this pick seems to be pretty strong. It's a weaker class overall, but we're into the range now where a lot of these guys make sense. I mean, you're looking at Davion Nixon, you're looking at the 2 USC guys. Tommy Togiai is still on the board. Bobby Brown from Texas A&M, who I mentioned before, an analytics darling and fits every single one of their guardrails. That also could be a place that they go. But it's we're at pick 91, and we're once again saying there's half a dozen guys they could pick here, and it could make sense. I can't remember a Browns draft like this ever in my life.
Fred, anybody on that list or position of those top 10 that you're hoping for or would be excited about or think makes the most sense?
Well, I'm with Steve. I've said all along they need 2 cornerbacks. I thought they would have signed another one as a free agent, but I think if they didn't come out of the draft, they would. I would say there's no reason to make sure you get the kid from Syracuse if you like him. I mean, there'd be no reason, because he said when he met with us, you never have enough of those guys. And we saw it last year. They drop like flies, whether it was injury or COVID or something.
Right.
And you're playing your 5th, 6th, 7th guy against the Chiefs.
Yeah. You wonder if the NFL, his brother struggling and then failing out of the NFL is impacting him at all, because Obi was, a 2nd round pick by the Raiders. You wonder if there's any of that kind of floats around when you have, that brother connection in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, as far as there's, like you said, they can address some needs. I really feel the interior defensive tackle position, whoever they have on their board, not our board, rated the highest, is who I would want them to take, because right now you can just continue to fortify the roster. I feel real good about, adding 11, 12 guys on the defensive side to that garbage we saw last year. So, that's good. So I'm going to give them the onus here that they'll pull it off, what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, coverage is needed, right? Unfortunately, I don't see an edge guy on there. I know there are some guys that we might be interested in, obviously some interior defensive line guys, but when you need coverage, you need more coverage. And then when you think you have enough, you just need a little bit more. When you have the Kansas City Chiefs and everybody else, throwing the ball all over the field, Josh Allen throwing the ball over the field. Baltimore, there's still kind of percolating rumors that a Julio Jones trade is possible after June 1st. Listen, Fetty is what, 6'2", Steven, 210, something like that. Is that about right?
6'2.5". I think he measured in at the Senior Bowl at 213.
Right. So literally he is JOK size. Obviously that's distributed a little bit differently. So a lot of good there. Folks, guys, I'll be back. I'm going to get prepped to write up this pick while you guys handle talking through it.
Thanks, good. Jared. Welcome back, Jake.
I hope this is working fine. The internet here is being pretty bad, so I hope I'm doing okay.
You're in. Yes. That guy right there, I mean,
okay.
I know we're looking interior defensive line, and there's some other guys that we didn't think would be here. That guy, if you're asking me, if for whatever reason my phone rang and Jake's gone again, if whatever reason my phone rang and Andrew Berry said, "Hey Steven, who should we pick?" This would be my guy, because it completes the secondary. You're now done. Even if Greedy doesn't come back healthy, you have enough at that point. If you add a Fatu Melifonwu, and not too much further down the board here, you're going to get to the point where his teammate Trill Williams is starting to make sense. Another big freak athlete with a positional versatility. So I was just saying while you were gone, Jake, if Andrew Berry happened to call me, Melifonwu would be my guy out of the remaining picks. Who would be your guy right now? If your phone rang and it was Andrew Berry and he said, "Jake, you're making the next pick," who is it?
Yeah, it's Melifonwu right now. I mean, he's a guy who's been projected to go much higher. The athletic traits, tape solid. I think you still need another corner for the future, and I think that's the highest grade. I don't know what they're really looking for positionally, but I could see them going defensive tackle here too, because I think there's a good blend of good players there. So ultimately, though, if my phone rang like you said, I'm taking Melifonwu with no issue here. I think he's a good player.
Fred?
We'll see if he lasts. Pittsburgh could take him too.
He is kind of a Pittsburgh-y pick, isn't he?
Yeah.
I didn't catch that. Sorry. Was answering some of my texts here.
No worries. We were just saying if the phone rang and it was Andrew Berry and he said, "Hey Fred, who's your guy? You're making the next pick of the guys that are left. Who's your guy right now?" What would you tell him?
I'm going to go with what you got. You guys study the film and what, I said they need another corner. And out of the top four picks, I wanted them to get a couple corners, interior defense, and an edge, but it's not falling that way for the edge. So I'm good with another corner.
Yeah. I mean, but we're again, we said while you were gone, Jake, for the third pick in a row, we're in a situation where it looks like we're going to say, okay, 4 or 5 guys, put the names in a hat, blindfold me, I'll pick one. And I'm okay with any of them, which is just amazing at pick 91.
So are you truly at best player available at this point?
Just about. Unless you have somebody like we said a few minutes ago, if they have minors rated really in the top 50 and they thought they might have to move up from 59 to get him, then that changes the equation. But if these guys are all roughly, graded the same and in this general area, then yeah, you're into the best value, best best fit. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'm looking at who's going to provide the greatest value 5 years down the road, and I don't know their grades. All I know is what I read and what Lane tells me, and I'm with you. If Meinertz is number one on their board, why not take him?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the sound on. Can anybody in the comments, are they booing the hell out of the Steelers every time they come up?
Who did Pittsburgh take here?
I don't know. They're reading it right now. They sniped Kendrick Green. God, that's a great pick for them. Shoot. Oh, boy, he's a mauler. That's a good pick for them.
It's a good pick.
I really don't like that pick. They're getting booed to hell. Good. I'm seeing yes. Everybody in the comments, yes, they're booing the hell out of the Steelers every time they come on the stage. Good.
Looks like whoever's at the mic is trying to rile them up.
Looks like he wants to fight them all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's a really good pick for the Steelers. I mean, their tackles are still a question mark in my opinion, but yeah, as much as we hate them, the Steelers have been a top organization for a long, long time, a whole hell of a lot of years. It's hard to argue with their approach,
Because they've had consistency and they just keep plugging in guys. I mean, as long as I've been covering them, I don't know how many times they've had linebackers become free agents that were Pro Bowlers, and you say they're done. And then they plug a guy and you never heard of, and he's a Pro Bowler. And same thing at wide receiver, and you admire that. And that's what I think you want to get to here with the Browns, where you're drafting the guys now that are going to step in 2-3 years.
Exactly.
They're like JVs moving in instead of always trying to patch things up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I saw something the other day. They've had three coaches since 1960, whenever they hired Chuck Noll.
1970. That's
1970.
51 years. We've
I
had
know.
that in 3 years.
I know. I remember when I saw that, I was like, hell, in our prime, we could have done that in a weekend. So, San Francisco trades up and takes Trey Sermon there. So good. Another pick from a guy a position that we almost certainly were not going to target. We are 3 picks away, guys. 3 picks away.
Carolina's apparently traded their pick to the Texans.
Yeah, let's. I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna pull up Melifonwu in the Beast. Which again, I know we've said it a few times, guys. If you've never bought the Beast from Dane Brugler, I mean, if you're thinking about subscribing to the Athletic after you subscribe to the OBR, the Beast alone, even if you don't read anything else they do all year, the Beast alone is worth the price. It is an insane amount of work. It's ludicrous how much information and work that he puts into these players. It's fantastic, and it's absolutely invaluable. Let me pull up Melifonwu here.
Man, there's a lot. Elijah Molden's fun. There's a lot of value here, man. Is this the last pick today? Unless they sneakily trade up into the end of this thing.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
191.
What's the last pick in the 3rd round?
104. I think
there's compensation picks. So
yeah.
Okay.
I think it's 104, 105-ish, something like that. Here's Dane's got 8 paragraphs of information on all these guys, but for Melifonwu, here's his summary. Here's the wrap-up. Overall, Melifonwu is more reactive than instinctive and needs to improve his anticipation, but he has rare physical gifts, length, speed, fluidity to become an NFL starter. He projects best in press man or a cover 3 scheme. And anybody who's followed me or read any of my mock drafts knows I am an absolute sucker for a guy with positional versatility. He can play outside, he can play inside, he can draw back and give you safety snaps if he needs to because he's big enough. He's big enough to handle the Chase Claypools of the AFC North. He's big enough to at least put up a fight with Travis Kelce. Nobody handles Travis Kelce, but he's at least big enough to make him work. And he can come inside and give you stuff too. So he gives you depth at every position back there. We're talking about they need another safety and they need another corner. Well, Melifonwu is a guy who theoretically gives you both in one pick.
Well, by the way, we hit 900. I don't know if we did that earlier.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty preposterous. That's great. That's great for second and third round stuff. I will say that going after another corner, what I like about, and I like Molden, I'd be fine with it, but what makes Melifonwu interesting is you're gambling on traits, you're gambling on a high ceiling athlete, a body type that is different than any corner you have in your room currently, because Greg Newsome and Denzel Ward are pretty similar in the really slight frame from Greedy. It makes a ton of sense to me from that perspective, but you're also not eliminating Greedy. They want guys who can cover all the time, and they definitely don't want to run into the depth issues that they ran into last year. And I, there are free agents that are out there. If they don't even address corner again, they could still go get some interesting names later on if they want. But sitting here, I'm not sure. I think the next 2 picks are going to be announced pretty quickly here. I think the Browns have tweeted that they're on the board, so I don't know who the next 2 picks are, but
Texans
I'm excited
took
you guys.
Nico
It's going to be a
Collins.
fun grouping of players.
Yeah, Texans took Nico Collins. I have not seen who the Vikings picked. But yeah, Browns are on the clock. Here we go.
Patrick Jones, the Vikings picked, and I have poured a bourbon because clearly me drinking bourbon and wearing this hat is the key to the Browns' success. So I must repeat it.
Here we go.
At every draft pick.
Yes, I think you're right. You're taking one for the team there, Barry. You're a team player.
I'm all about personal sacrifice for the greater good.
Well, let's see. I can't believe we're sitting here at 91 saying I take whoever.
So the Browns would have traded out of 89. The trade Carolina traded out of 89 and got back 109, 158 in a 2022 4th. So you could have gotten a 2022 fourth out of moving out of this with some other picks today. Just an idea of what you could have gotten in that scenario. So we'll see. Keep your eyes peeled to see who they're taking. Some people know ahead of time. I keep refreshing Twitter to see if I can get a feel. There's a ton of good players. Jamar Johnson would be a lot of fun right here. A lot of good defensive tackles sitting on the board. We're just gonna have to see how it shakes out. You said the Vikings took who did they take? Jones. Patrick Jones, got it. This is a lot of good players, and the Browns have, again, of the next 22 picks, they have 3 of them. So this is a good time right here. A lot of talent they can add in the next section. Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll come on for the very beginning of those next 2 picks tomorrow, Steve. We'll see about that.
Maybe since they have 3 picks now in the 4th round, maybe we'll do the 4th round and then sort of bail after that.
We'll figure it out.
That sounds like a plan, guys. It sounds like a plan coming together. I
love it when a plan comes together.
Of course, now that we've said that, they'll take all 3 of those and trade up to 97 or something like that. So,
hey, I'll give you a quick little story. They'll have Bill Davis, when there's a 12, 13 round draft, traded 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 away in one swoop. That was their last 5 picks in that draft. We all gave him Emeritus of the Year award for in the media, so we didn't have to write 5 meaningless stories.
Man, you think about that Ricky Williams trade now, and it was crazy back then, but you think about somebody pulling something like that now, trading away literally your entire draft for one guy, even if it wasn't a running back, even if it was a quarterback, trade away your entire draft. Wow. I mean, that's the stuff that used to happen, man, back in the day is freaky and fun to think about,
Well, now with the salary for rookies established, they want these rookies because they're locked in at lower salaries.
Right.
I'm
trying, guys. I'm trying. I'm doing my part. Barry's drinking his lucky bourbon. Hey, we're doing everything we can from the OBR draft room to help this team.
If that's all it took, we'd won the Super Bowl by now.
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything yet either. I've just got I've got PFF's tracker up because they're usually among the quickest.
I would not be surprised if they move this. I'm just going to be honest. Either they could move it for next year's 3 or something like that.
They could do that as well
next year. I don't know if the 2 would probably be a little out of reach, but I just haven't seen anything, and these things are usually pretty quick. Let's see here. It's a ton of talent here.
Yep, I got nothing.
We'll see.
Crazy.
You guys in the comments usually know pretty quickly, too.
Pick is in, so they're not trading it.
Yeah, they've kept this one hush hush. They selected Anthony Schwartz. That's a good pick.
There we go.
I like it. He is a burner.
Jeff Lloyd's going to be happy.
Burner.
Yeah, you want speed,
man, guys. I feel like Brown's Twitter was on to something this year. Mm-hmm. I feel like we've been talking about the players that they're going after. That's a good pick. You want 4.25 speed. Talk about this dude is a burner. I love it. I love it.
There's the man.
Good pick.
95 walking on the stage.
We said it'd be right around 100 where Schwartz would go, and that's a great pick.
How big is he?
He's got average height. Let's pull up the information on him as this is coming out.
6'1", I think. Let me see if I'll pull up Dane's stuff.
I hate to bet you, but I am looking at it. Six even, 186. 6 even, 186. Schwartz needs to grow into more of a well-rounded, reliable receiver, but he has the rare natural speed and burst. That no defensive back wants to face. And will likely get him overdrafted, which is not what you want to hear, but I don't think he's overdrafted right here. He projects as a feast or famine, so I like it. They give him a 4th round grade.
Not to interrupt, but look at Myles Garrett's arms in that suit. in a suit. That's ridiculous. He looks like when Joey on Friends wore the muscle suit under his jacket. That's insane. He's not human. He is not human. There's no way Myles Garrett is a human being. He's unbelievable. He was built in a lab. Good grief.
4.25 40. 4.25
and a legit
40.
4.25.
Yep, he's a burner, man. He's a burner. It's a good pick. I like it that spot. I like that they were definitely going to fill the niche of Schwartz. Like they needed that speed guy. We talked about it. They were probably, I think Paul DePodesta talked about they had a couple guys that they were interested in that 50 range. I think Rondale Moore was on their radar, and I think he got selected out in front of in that range. That type of wide receiver that can really run. He's a gadget guy for them. He's going to be a, hey, man, run deep and catch the football laterally, that kind of fun stuff. So I think that is in play here. I hope my internet is keeping up here. But, yeah, I think this is a niche player at a spot where there's not many that can run as well as he does.
And he was also, Fred, I was telling you a little while ago about that article with receivers who suffered from bad quarterback play. Schwartz and the other Auburn guy, Seth Williams, were also included in that group. You watch his film, he's got some freaky plays and some fun stuff, and he's got some stuff to work on, absolutely. But he's also open a lot, and the ball just ends up nowhere near him. So, yeah, I mean, at minimum, as a rookie, he can come in and clear everybody out because you got to send at least one guy, probably two with him, because he's going to get behind you otherwise.
Yeah, we talked about that. The guy that
Fred.
could maybe take the JoJo Natson role, they brought him back, but I think that's right where he could fit in. I'm going to cut out here. They're going to some Zoom calls with Andrew Berry and these players. So I will see you guys later. Keep it going.
Thanks, Fred.
Yep.
Ooh, Monty Rice goes right after us. Yeah, we should definitely pay attention here because, I mean, we've been saying for how long they're not going to make all these picks. They're going to trade some of their day 3 picks and everything, blah, 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 blah. So if they think they can package 110 and, 169 or 211 or something like that and get back up here into the late 90s for some of these other guys, for Melifonwu, if they think they can get up with, the Bucks in 2 picks or somebody like that and give some stuff up and get Melifonwu or an interior defensive lineman, I'm all for it.
I should mention too, Schwartz, listen, he is going to be a very, very focused role. He's going to run posts, go routes, double moves, sluggos, and that's it. And then he's going to run jet sweep stuff. They're going to try to get the ball in his hands in space as best they can. He's not going to run a diverse route tree. He's 20 years old until September 5th. He's super young. Again, focus on the fact that he's super young. We were not lying about that guardrail stuff we've been talking about for months. He will take the lid off of defense. He'll make your safety run with him. He's going to make your corner safety run with him for the ultimate clear out. Or if he can burn you, he's going to burn you. And Baker Mayfield's got the arm to drive it downfield 65, 70 yards, as we know. Yep. Mike Krupka says Travis Benjamin-esque. Very true. Very good comparison for that player. This is what you're looking at. He doesn't have to be a refined receiver. He's young. He's young, and he's got the ability to get better with guys around him in the wide receiver room who know the little intricate details of running routes. That's what he'll learn from Jarvis. That's what he'll learn from Odell. That's what he'll learn from Rashard Higgins. Those guys they know how to get open at the NFL level. He'll teach them. You want young players with rare skill sets. 4.25 is a rare skill set trait. You can't coach it. So that's what they wanted here. They got it. So that's the focus. Now, again, they pick 110, 113. The defensive tackles room, in my opinion, is still extremely loaded. I go look at the defensive tackles and say, who's young? Because that's who they're going to focus on. They want young guys who they can keep around and build this thing over the long haul. I know some of you might have liked some other receivers, maybe a little bit more there. Tylan Wallace, for example. But this is the thing, the niche they're looking for. How does this guy get on the football field for us right away? And what thing does he do for us right away? There's a thing he does right away. Yep. He fits in. You're going to see the film. I'll put it out over the next few days. He's good enough to do those things for you right away. And, quarterback play was not great at Auburn. Bo Nix is not good. He's going to have a much improved quarterback, a very focused system. I'm excited for 5 rushing touchdowns in 2018. In 2019, another 2 rushing touchdowns. And then in 2020, he started to take off as a receiver. 54 catches, 636, 11.8 yards per catch, 3 touchdowns. Again, a 4.25 40-yard dash. He did not bench press. His 3 cone's a little slow, but I mean, wide receivers, some guys 3 cones they're not big in and out of cuts guys like that. I mean, people complained about DK Metcalf's 3 cone, some of that stuff. Like, I'm not all too worried about that. He's going to run 1 cut routes, maybe sometimes put 2 feet in the ground occasionally. 32-inch box jump, so not an elite explosive jumper. 10-3 broad's a little better, but he does the thing. When you get to this range in a top 100 pick, can you find a guy? Tell me how a guy is going to succeed at the NFL level.
Right.
I can tell you right now, his speed will make him a threat to defenses. They will say where is he lined up? That kind of stuff. They will want to know. So I get it. Some of you might be frustrated. There's a guy you maybe wanted more, but I think that, like I said a little bit ago, they have 20 picks here. They have 3 of those 20 picks. They can kind of look at that at pick 110, 113. And I think they're thinking like I am. If they're looking interior D-line, there's a lot of players interior D-line. There's still some interior offensive linemen that are a lot of fun too on the board. This is a good spot. I'm okay with it. With it.
And we should also mention as far as the Auburn offense that he was in, because they knew that their quarterback play was erratic, they found ways to get him the ball. So he has lots of experience in those jet sweeps, the touch passes on the fast motion, all that kind of stuff that we know Kevin likes to incorporate and just didn't really have the personnel to do it. He did it with Jarvis a lot, but and this is not a Jarvis discussion. I'm not saying it, but there's a difference between doing those little touch passes and the jet sweeps and stuff with a guy with Jarvis's speed and doing them with a guy with this speed. There just is. And he's got experience in the timing of those sorts of things. He's run them before. He knows the angles to move at and that sort of thing. So that's another thing that he can come in right away while he's a very young rookie, and it takes a few years to learn the intricacies and the nuances of the position at the NFL level. Speed and that kind of gadgetry play, he already knows how to do that, so he can at least contribute immediately as a rookie. You can't teach 4.2. You just can't.
Another thing. Go ahead, Barry.
Just a question I have is whether he can impact special teams at all with that speed, as a return guy, perhaps, or even a gunner. I don't know if he can tackle, but you would think that would be a weapon, that even if he doesn't get on the field every play, he can get in on special teams and contribute that way.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, he'll earn his role.
Sure
he'll learn
they'll at least give him a shot at it. Yeah, I mean, a legit 4.2 guy, a guy from the Olympic sprinter or the Olympic 100-meter dash team or whichever one he was on. I don't know. He was on one of the Olympic teams. You're going to see if he can return kicks. Maybe it turns out that it's outside his skill set, but guy that freaking fast, you're going to see, okay, get back there. Let's just take a look, he's at least going to get a shot.
Yeah, I will say 2 things to this. CD brings up good points throughout. He's done a great job commenting on some interesting things. Average distance of target with a guy who catches a lot of flip sweeps, jet stuff is going to always be skewed. So I don't look too seriously into that metric, especially for a guy like him. And when you're dealing with 10% drop rate, that's probably why he's around when he's around. But you're also dealing with pretty inconsistent quarterback accuracy too. So I'm not all too worried about some of those metrics, in my opinion. I think, again, he's not anybody you pick around pick 100 is going to have flaws. Yeah. They're going to have flaws, all of them. But tell me what they do that brings something to your offense. I think there's something there. So again, it's a gamble pick, but a guy who hopefully can run down the field and fly down the field in special teams and be an asset there. And and I'll say too, not all drops are created equal. Like I talk about not missed tackles, not all missed tackles are created equal. If a drop can be a ball that's, if it's down near your feet or it's way over your head and you barely get 2 hands on it. There's things like that. So
and Jake,
I'd have to go through. I'm going to go through and watch it. I'll go through and watch it and kind of get a feel for some of those things. But those metrics are not totally off. So go ahead,
Jake. Tell me if I'm wrong, but especially the deeper you get in the draft, I've heard NFL coaches say things similar to this, and you're closer to that kind of thing. Tell me if this is when you're talking about a 3rd round pick, a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick. Coaches say, okay, don't tell me what a guy can't do. Tell me what he can do, and I'll tell you if there's a place for it on my team. I'll find a way to utilize him. Is that sort of what you're trying to say with Schwartz?
Yeah, I think you get around pick 100, and you're talking 100 players or 90 players in this situation were taken in front of him. There are 90 guys that are more valuable, and upwards of 10 guys at that position that teams saw as more valuable. So, like, when it gets to my opinion, when you get like pick 100 on, and we're right there, like, you got to tell me what is this guy going to do to succeed at the NFL level? Does he have a trait that is elite? If I can find one elite trait, can I mold that guy into something more? That's what I'm looking for. You get to pick 150 and beyond, you're looking for hustle players and different things like that. But like this range, what is a guy going to do to win at the NFL level? You don't get, he's not Devontae Smith. He's not Jalen Waddle. He's not a complete player. But what he is a guy who has a trait or two that you feel like you can develop, and he's young and he can run. That to me makes plenty of sense. They might have ultimately they might have liked Nico Collins, the pick went right before him, and been like, one of those two. That's a good pick by Baltimore. Ben Cleveland's a good player. They might have liked Nico and wanted to take him and said, we'll get the one of those two. We like him too. So, listen, I don't have any reason to knock this pick, and I don't have a reason not to trust him here on this. I think that they have a way to use him, kind of like we talked about JOK. Is there a role for JOK on the defense? Well, hell yeah, there's a role for him, and they got an idea for that. They wouldn't take Anthony Schwartz unless they wanted to do the similar things that they were trying to do with JoJo Natson early in the year, trying to jet sweep teams. They have got to make teams. I made this statement all throughout the year. Their offense is like it's playing in a congested red zone all the time.
Yes.
All the time. They do not have teams fearing people running by them consistently, and they don't have teams afraid of covering the 53 and a third laterally. So then it's like, okay, how do we make teams do that? This is a guy who can help you do that. He won't be on the field more than 20 snaps a game, but when he's on the field those 20 snaps a game his first year, you guarantee that those guys on defense are going to be like, where's Schwartz lined up? We got to know where he's at. They'll take a couple play action shots to him. They'll hand the ball to him out of the backfield. They'll flip throws to him. They'll get creative on the goal line with him.
Yes.
So I'm cool with it, man. I'm cool with it. They can develop, and they can ultimately, if Jarvis, I'm just talking out loud. If Jarvis and Odell or one of the two of them are not back after 2021, you're looking at a really good draft next year at wide receiver too. So I'm not worried about it. They can get more wide receiver play. So I like this pick for the spot of what he can do for this offense. So I'm ultimately fine with it. I'm not fist pumping JOK like level of excited, but I like him. I like what he has trait wise, and it can work.
They needed a specific addition to the wide receiver room, and he gives them that. Would it have been nice if they had gotten, the Elijah Moores of the Rashad Batemans and the guys who can do everything? Of course it would have been nice, but the players they got in those spots you can't really argue with. So they needed this guy to do a very specific role, and at least as early. I mean, he could develop, and he's only 20 years old. He could develop into something much more. But we know, at least for the next 3-4 years of his rookie contract, you go long. I mean, he's going to take somebody with him. He's going to clear out space. Like you said several times towards the end of the season, it's like Baker has to throw through this on every single throw. He has no room for error because, like you said, there's no space. Simply having a guy like Anthony Schwartz drag one, potentially two players with him 35 yards down the field creates that space. Even if it only creates this much space, that's all a guy like Baker Mayfield needs to fit the ball in there. He proved that.
Yeah, so to me, it's like, can he change maybe 10 to 15 snaps a game? Can he do that for your offense? Possibly. He could possibly change it. And he doesn't have to change it by having the football in his hands. He can change it by changing the eye location of defenders clearing out a zone, clearing out a double team by a safety running with him and opening up a void at the second level. That's what you want. Can he impact 10 to 15 games to start his career, 10 to 15 snaps to start his career? Sure, there's a route to that. I think they think a role is there. And then ultimately, maybe he expands and becomes a better player. And then if he starts to really round in and become a really consistent guy by his second or third year, oh yeah, this guy also can run really fast. And he's only going to be 22 years old in year 3 of his contract. That's why it makes sense. I'm all in. Again, pay attention to the age of these prospects. That is what Andrew Berry is chasing. They want that type of mesh of young, elite trade or two, young. That's what they're after.
Yeah. We should mention, as we've been talking, Robert Hainsey and Ronnie Perkins off the board back-to-back to Tampa and Hoodie and the Pats. So the Chargers are on the board at 97 here.
Like Hainsey, who told me that he was an interesting somebody told me he was an interesting. That's just beautiful work there.
Well, I mean, as a Notre Dame fan, I've watched this offense. They've become an offensive line factory over the last 6 or 8 years, and pretty much every single one of the guys from last year's line, you could go, okay, yeah, I'll take that dude. I mean, they were all good. There was just not a weak link anywhere, you know.
It is a factory. You're right. It is the one thing you can count on consistently coming from Notre Dame. Let's see how much Auburn offense we have. Ooh, we have 5 games. We are in business, folks.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, there's a lot of people. I know you've said, Jake, you're sort of on the borderline with age, speaking of Notre Dame, and it's late in the evening here, so we're finding things to talk about, guys. They don't understand why Notre Dame is Notre Dame. Well, I grew up in the end of the era as to why they became that, you know. And back then, I mean, yeah, they had offensive linemen that were good. They had good players everywhere, but they were known for quarterbacks and wide receivers and running back. They put a ton of great running backs and stuff. And lately it's been all in the offensive line. Wow. Trey McKitty in the top 100. I liked him, but
top 100?
I didn't think he would go this early. Trey McKitty just went to the Chargers. Boy, I thought he was being undervalued. I've said that for months, but I thought we would legit have a shot to grab him at 110 or 132. Apparently not.
That is crazy. But
Ronnie Perkins off the board now too. Patriots took Ronnie Perkins, it appears.
Yeah. Well, you know, the one thing with Bill Belichick, a large part of the quote-unquote Patriot way is finding what a guy does and having him do that and only that 27 times a game. So he obviously sees something. And Ronnie Perkins, like you said, Jake, very violent, fast, you know, powerful, relentless. So he's going to have him do what he does well over and over and over and not ask him to do those weaknesses. That's a huge part of the Patriot way. It sounds overly simplified, but put your guys in a position to do what they do best frequently. That's what coaching is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, before the third glass of bourbon kicks in, I would like to advise everyone that you've got a couple days left to get 50% off an annual subscription to the OBR. We are going to be doing some things after the draft to really enhance our premium package that we sell to people. And you know that we've got ATI, you know we've got Rumor Central, you know about the films, but we're going to be adding more stuff to it as the year goes on and try to improve that experience. The other thing I'll tell you is I'm sorry. The comment in the chat room got to me. but if you have any questions about this or any issues while you're a premium subscriber, I am always here to help you deal with that, to answer any questions that you have, to deal with any issues that come up. You can reach me at barry@theobr.com, and I try to help as much as I can to make sure that you have a good experience. This deal does not include Instant Paramount Plus, but there's still ways that you can get Paramount Plus at a bargain, even if you have this deal. Write me if you're interested in that as well. So until May 3rd, 50% off. Grab it, do it, make it happen, help support the OBR. We love you guys. That's it. End of sales pitch.
Absolutely. And while you were talking, Quinn Miners went to the Broncos at 98. So
there you go.
Yeah, and we've got more stuff planned too. I mean, we did a lot of new stuff this year in the draft room. I would pitch Barry, you know, wacky ideas pretty much on the regular, and most of them he would go, okay, put down the booze. But every once in a while he would go, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. And so we would do that. And, you know, this is something new. I think we're planning on expanding this because of the popularity. I mean, not just for draft weekend, but these kinds of things. I think the live mock drafts went very, very well. People really seem to enjoy that. And we're just blown away by how much you guys participate and join us for those. It's fantastic. So yeah, I mean, 50% off is always a good deal no matter what. You're talking 50% off for access to the Browns, and you'd have had all these guys on your radar weeks ago and wouldn't be surprised by any of these picks. That's a deal right there.
And don't be shocked if we do some YouTube-oriented events for our premium subscribers only. We can do that too. So if you dig this format, if you like what we're doing with YouTube, there's more of that coming next year, both for free people and for subscribers. So you've got that to look forward to. Very good year for the OBR coming up. Really looking forward to it.
I can't say anything else. You guys crushed the sales pitch. I'm just the guy who takes the information and sits there on the side. Do you guys think they move back up here, or you think they take 2 more players?
I don't know. Again, we were talking about it. Look, Melifonwu is still on the board. I would give up 110 and 113 for him right here. But apparently they don't like anybody enough to give those up. Maybe they see, Jake and I, you talk every year about the top half of round 4. We call them the leftovers. There's always half a dozen, 15 guys, give or take, that have day 2 grades from pretty much everybody, but because of numbers or other people reaching further down the board and all that kind of stuff, they get pushed out. Those early day 3 picks are very valuable. They're valuable trade chips too. So maybe they see a whole bunch of guys in that range. I mean, we keep talking about the 114 draftable players. That doesn't mean that those are the 114 best. 12 of those guys could have 7th round grades. That's a draftable grade, okay? But that's not somebody you're going to be taking here. So maybe they're out of guys that are draftable at this, and they're going to move all those picks. I don't know. Maybe they know something about Melifonwu that we don't. Obviously a lot of people do. I'm stunned. I didn't think he'd make it to 59. I really, really didn't. But this is what we've been talking about for the past, this whole cycle is so weird, and there's so many gaps in information. We expected there to be guys going 50, 60, 70 spots higher and or lower than the media boards have them.
Yep. There have been some real surprises. Of the guys on that board, if I could go 110 and I could get one of Melifonwu and one of Jamar Johnson, or one of Jamar Johnson and one of the USC defensive tackles, I would be completely fine. Or Bobby Brown, I would be completely fine with that decision. I would do between Melifonwu, Molden, and I know Molden is hurt because there was buzz about him being one of the best corners in the draft, understandably, and he got that. There was a weird article that came out recently about about some of his measurables and stuff like that, and some anonymous scout nonsense. I think there's some really good guys there, and if you could get one of those 2 as your second corner in Johnson or a D tackle, there's really good options at 110 and 113. We're not that far away from that selection range.
Yeah, I mean, now you start looking at the guys that we in the media have ranked 120, 125, 130. Maybe their board has them ranked in the 110 range. Guys like Trill Williams or Hufanga's still out there as far as I don't think he's been picked, has he? But there's a lot of guys in that secondary, not to mention the Derek Forrest and Darren Hall that we talked about a while back. We keep saying this, and you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but they have options. They have so many options, and they're all viable. And they have, like Jake said, they have earned the right for us to trust them, even if we personally don't understand or would have preferred a different pick. What have they done in the last year and a half that you go, okay, I don't trust these guys. They don't know what they're doing. Nothing. Whatever they do, I'm going with them because I trust there's a plan. There's a reason. They're not just throwing darts.
Yeah, the team said that they had, 114?
Yes.
Draftable players. And the fact that they're not moving up, and bundling these picks indicates that a number of those players are still out there and still available, even though we're past 113, 114. I just keep thinking back to last year, and I know that there's a lot of interest in the shiny object at the top of the draft board, and hey, let's give up a 6th and let's give up a 4th and all that. You give up a 6 last year, you lose Donovan Peoples-Jones, right? How many players like that do they have on that list of 114 who are going to be available with those 5th or 6th round picks? Obviously, they have enough that continues to interest them that they're not bundling up all these picks to move up aggressively. And I think we're in compensatory picks right now.
Yeah.
And there's a discussion in the chat room that you can't trade those picks. And I do remember that as well. I didn't know if that applied on draft night or before draft night, but great point from the chat room. Something that,
as far as I know, they changed that a few years ago, didn't they? I'm pretty sure they changed
that. Did they change that?
I'm almost positive. Yeah. I'll go look it up right now.
Something about it, but it may be dated. As am I, actually, at this point. You can now.
This is the first pick I've not even heard of him. Who is Nation?
Yes.
Who's Nashawn Wright?
They changed it in the 2017 draft. Nashawn Wright went? Okay. Yeah, he was a Oregon State guy, and if I recall right, tested nutty. Like there was something about his testing. I don't even remember what it was, but there was something about him that was really, really fast. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was just blazing fast. But yeah, wasn't really on our radar. Yeah, we are 105. You were asking before, Jake. That's the last pick of the 3rd round. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go.
Well, you got 635 people hanging out with us when the Browns don't even have any more picks this thing. It just kind of tells you how committed you guys are to this show. It's pretty cool. They might move up, they might not. I mean, it is a big sign of how much you guys care about this team. So
yeah, and you guys are making me feel better.
Yeah,
about
I mean, I
having
think people are. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I think people are upset with the Schwartz pick, and it's like, I mean, they were going to get a wide receiver, and they wanted one that has a tool that can convert, and he converts. So, I'll watch the film and try to make some points on him. But if you look at the wide receiver, like, I'm not sure if you have that up in front of you, the best players available still at wide receiver. There's some guys we like, Joshua Matterbebe, Amir Smith-Marset. There's some guys, Amon-Ra St. Brown. There's some guys we like, but you're finding a niche. You're finding a guy who can fill a specific role. There's a lot of guys you could have taken there that have no path onto the field this year at all. Again, this is not a heavy wide receiver usage room in the first place. They're going to play 2 a majority of the time, sometimes a third. And it's like, I want to find a guy who has the best path to get on a football field, and a way that he can help a little bit. So
it's not a best player available pick. It is a pick with a very specific need. The Browns need to stretch the field, and Schwartz will help them do that. Very simple. Maybe in the next day we'll see some true best player available picks made.
There goes Elijah Molden.
Now is not the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a good pick by the Titans. That's who they.
Yeah, they really need corner help. Yeah, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Barry. It appears they probably, I think you're right, they've got guys rated at 110, 113, 132 in that range that they think are worth those picks. And then beyond that, Jake and you and I always talk about, once you get beyond pick 150, you're looking at somebody, that you think is, how am I trying to, a small school guy that's tested through the roof. Somebody who was really good but suffered an injury, and that's why they slide. And at 170, you take a chance, because if it doesn't work out, you haven't given that, you haven't lost that much. These are the kind of thing, the workout warriors, the guys nobody ever heard of, but then went and blew away the combine. We don't have a combine this year, but you get my point. That once you get beyond 150, that's what you're looking for here. But I think, Barry, as I've been sitting here thinking about it, I think you could be onto something. Just because they have 114, damn, there goes Melifonwu. Just because they have 114 guys with draftable grades, the fact that they're not moving up probably means that all of their guys with top 100 draftable grades are gone. That's why they're not doing this. And they very well could be into a situation with these early 4th round picks. They may not have anybody rated there. They may not have anybody left with higher than a 5th round grade. So you're looking at those trades that we had all been talking about where they take, somebody from at 128 wants to come up and we go, okay, give us 128 in next year's 5th, and they start collecting extra day 3 picks by moving down or moving out. That could be the situation that we're in for early tomorrow. It's so hard to say.
I forgot Darius Washington's still out there. Jamar Johnson is where I would love to go. But there, if you could go safety like Jamar Johnson, but I don't know. Maybe that safety thing is less as important, right now because of JOK and some of that stuff. So
that's true.
I don't know. I'm really interested in where they're going at 110 and 113 tomorrow. We'll know very quickly what that is, and I'm interested in it. Some good players at D tackle, some good players. I got to look at what's left at corner at this point, but yeah.
Let me take a look over here real quick because I know there's some day 3 guys that I like. Well, Darren Hall, obviously, we've talked about him. Thomas Graham Jr., cornerback out of Oregon. He's one of those guys where the PFF board has him significantly higher than the rest of the media boards with a data-driven front office that loves PFF's data like this one. That could be somebody to keep in mind. Ambry Thomas, the opt-out from Michigan. He was talked about as potentially an early day 2 pick before he opted out last year. Sean Wade is still out there. Trill Williams, my guy at corner, who can also give you safety snaps. I've seen some people say that he's definitely going to move to safety. I don't know if that's true. Elijah Griffin, Jared Mueller's guy, he's still out there. Makuamu from South Carolina, I'm not a big fan. And then you start to get down into the, Nate Hobbs, but that's a late day 3 guy. Nate Hobbs has some pretty good athletic traits, and they showed interest and they had a meeting with him, but he's projected 7th round, 6th, 7th round. So that's a little bit further tomorrow if you're talking strictly corners. Jabril Cox still on the board. That's interesting.
This is where you throw Jabril Cox is very interesting still. I didn't even think of that.
I can't believe. I totally understand where the Browns would not be interested in Jabril Cox. I can't believe nobody else in the league to this point has been interested in Jabril Cox. That's strange to me. And yes, I know he's got flaws, but he's got a lot of things to like too.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it, but John Dorsey is with the Lions, right? They have had a very interesting draft. They got Sewell, Onwuzurike, however you pronounce it, Ellen McNeil, and now the cornerback.
Yeah.
That's not a bad haul.
There goes Ambry Thomas, the guy I just mentioned, to San Francisco. Yeah, no, that's actually a pretty good. I don't know if it matches up well with their needs on their roster. Jake and I were talking about that yesterday when they, or no, you and I were talking about it earlier tonight. Feels like yesterday, but yeah, they've picked 4 good players. I know that. 3 picks away from the end of day 2, guys. Rams, Ratbirds, Broncos.
I don't feel like a trade's coming, guys.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. Who does PFF have as some of the best still remaining? Do you have that in front of you?
I do. Jabril Cox, Jamar Johnson, Ardarius Washington, Rashad Weaver, Tay Gowan, Thomas Graham Jr., Cade Johnson, Jalen Darden. As far as guys that the Browns might be interested in, Trey Smith, interior offensive lineman. Some people like Bobby Brown. I can't believe Amon-Ra St. Brown hasn't gone yet. That's it. Not that they're going to take another wide receiver, but that's just something interesting there. Cam Sample is starting to inch near the top of the board. Tylan Wallace is still there. Baron Browning has fans in Brown's Twitter. He is still out there. Davion Nixon is still out there. All the interior defensive line guys are going to be and we're getting to the point again, Jake, like we've been talking about for 2 straight days now, where the math is in their favor. If interior defensive line is their jam, if that's what they want at 110, there's like 5 of them left, and pretty soon you're going to be within 4 picks of being on the clock. So
Yeah, that's what I like about. I think they definitely thought about that.
Ernest Jones, that's pretty high for him, I think. The linebacker from South Carolina goes to the Rams at 103. So, yeah, I think it's pretty – unless something wacky happens with Denver at 105, I think we pretty much decided, Jake, haven't we? We're going to be on the air for the 4th round tomorrow.
We talking about tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's cutting out. My internet is hot garbage. And I'm right by the router. I need to plug it into my computer, I guess, but this thing doesn't have a direct plug. Anyway, that's a conversation for another time, folks. We will try to hop on live and talk right away because it's going to happen quickly. They can move up quickly. Mm-hmm. So if that's fine with you, Barry, and you, Ian, you guys here are with us, and we can just hop on for maybe an hour there. We'll do that and have a conversation about yesterday's picks, which are happening right now, and then we'll talk about the guys they take right away if we can work that out.
Yeah, they got 3.
You fans, come back and join us. That'd be fun.
Yeah, 3 picks in the 4th round, and then after that, we'll probably, and because we're saying that, they'll probably trade them all, and by the time we get to 132, they'll have 4 picks in the 5th round, so we'll have to stick around or something like that. But yeah, the plan is we'll come for the 4th round for those 3 picks, and then we'll bail and just follow it on TV and Twitter.
And what time does that start? Is that a noon?
Noon Eastern, yeah.
Noon Eastern. All right.
Yep.
Let's do it. Round 4, noon Eastern tomorrow. I got to get up early and do the news wire.
We're gonna do it. Hopefully, you guys can join us. Well, you can join me, Barry. We'll be up all night on this JOK film.
I gotta go do a mock.
Boy, Melifonwu and Okudah are a fun pairing there in Detroit. That's a good pick for them. Glad he landed there.
Mm-hmm.
So we see some draft darlings of ours when the Browns play Detroit. They'll have McNeil and Melifonwu will be there. So, yeah, man.
This has been a blast, man. I mean, I know we're all running out of gas here, but I don't know. I don't have the number on my screen. You guys do. I don't know how many hundreds of people are still hanging out with us. You guys coming in and hanging with us for this. We've just been blown away by the numbers. We literally thought it would be us hanging out, having beers, talking ball, and you guys have joined us and just made it fantastic. It's been a blast. I've had so much fun the last 2 days. And you know what? I'm looking forward to tomorrow too. We're going to get to do it again with 3 picks in 1 round. That'll be fun, regardless of how it comes out. So thank everybody that's watching. Thank you for coming out and hanging out with us. And so it's not just Jake and I talking to each other.
Yeah. This has been fun. I think we'll probably sign off now. I mean, I don't see them training. If they did, I guess we could relog back on. But
Brandon Stevens, cornerback from SMU.
I do need to turn off Daniel Tiger for Porter. Yeah.
And then one more. We got one more pick.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you're coming through. All right. We got one more pick because the Ravens just picked. So I think we might as well hang out for this one more pick here.
We'll do it because with our luck, they would trade up and do something crazy. It would just be our luck. Hey, I like that guy. I like that player.
How much more fun? As fun as it was, how much more fun would this have been if we got to do it at the Rams draft house in Malibu? That was crazy.
They had a wonderful picture of Roger Goodell on the wall. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
That's funny. That's funny. Who did Baltimore take at 104? Did you know, Steve?
Brandon Stevens, cornerback from SMU.
Okay, so we're just waiting on what Denver's going to do, and then we'll log out for the night.
Yeah, I got to be
honest.
Long
night ahead of us.
Don't know Brandon Stevens, so.
Shout out to our guy, Jeff Lloyd. I should say, Jeff said that he called a shot and said that Anthony Schwartz was the type of player that the Browns would pick back in March, February, and he nailed that. And so good friend of the OBR, Locked On Browns host. They do great work. Locked On Browns. You were just on there yesterday, Steve.
Yep.
It's he does good work, and he called it even in mentions to somebody else. He called it to to pick 91. So kudos to him. That's awesome. You take a shot, you get it right every now and again, and he nailed it. So kudos to him.
Yep.
I like that.
Come on, Elway. Make a pick so we can all go to bed. Or at least go work. I was in Colorado with my whole family, 6-8 years ago, something like that. And we were trying to find some place to eat. And we walked by an Elway steakhouse. And I'll never forget this. My mom, and I'll clean this up just slightly because it's, it's the OBR brand and everything. My mom was like, "Oh, a steak place. How about this?" And my dad, my brother, and I simultaneously all went, "Freak no." So, yeah. If you wonder how long Browns fans carry a grudge, I wasn't going to eat. I would starve. And that was in the 80s that he tortured me. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. My wife and I got married on January 3rd of 87. That's how old I am. And that is the double overtime win against the Jets. Beautiful, right? Last day of our honeymoon, we're sitting there with some of our friends in their home, bringing out shots because we're going to go to the Super Bowl, celebrating our big win, and Elway starts the drive. And I have just hated that man with a passion ever since. Not my favorite human being.
Torture.
Yeah.
Just torture.
Then they got us the next year.
That kick was wide
again.
left.
It was. They need to play that game over again.
Schwartz can burn, man.
So, yeah, I don't know what the Broncos are doing here at pick 105, what all the intrigue is, but they've been on a clock for a while here.
I
don't know if they're just holding if they've already made their pick and they're just holding it because the TV got so far behind, but yeah, they announced this, they posted it on the PFF tracker at least 10 minutes ago, Brandon Stevens. Well, maybe not that far. Maybe it's just late in the night and I'm starting to get cranky. That happens to old guys.
That's what the bourbon was for.
We have done 10 hours. How long have we been live? We've done now 10 hours of draft coverage. Just pretty cool for just a site like us, man. Just couple thousand people in 2 nights enjoying it. This has been it's been crazy. Kind of came together spontaneously, and we're really glad you guys liked it. So, pick is in for Denver. Let's see who they take.
Baron Browning.
They're selecting Baron Browning. Good pick at that spot for Denver.
Yeah, not bad. Not the top 15 that people were trying to make us believe last week, but yeah, not a bad pick.
Yeah. Craziness. All right, we're going to sign out. This was fun. A lot of work from us tonight. We will catch up with you guys tomorrow. We genuinely adore the support you've given us, man. That is great. We feel like this has been productive, and it has been good for you guys to just hear a Browns spin on everything and how it relates to your team. So this is a hell of a lot of fun. Steve, Barry, you guys hung out all night. Thank you to Fred for joining us. Thank you to Jared Mueller for his live coverage. And then which was awesome up on site. And then Johnny Kensley also did some really great work there as well on site and joining us for just a minute too. That was a lot of fun. So thanks, guys. We appreciate you joining us. We will check in tomorrow. We'll have a conversation about who's up at their pick and the best available and all that then. Until then, check out the Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah film room. It'll be up tomorrow. And the News Wire will kick butt as usual too, with all the pertinent links and information that you could ever need about your Cleveland Browns and the draft selections they made. We appreciate you. Until then, tomorrow, go Browns.